destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another Saturday. We're with you for the next 5 hours here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with me. It has been a while, my man. We have
Oh my gosh.
It's summertime in sports talk radio. I've been out of town a little bit. You've been out of town a little bit. Good to be back with the full crew. What's going on, man? We got a lot to catch up on. I'm going to cover the address, but I'm terrified to open this. There was a package waiting for me when I got in from you. There's a package.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what the hell you sent me. We'll open that up at some point today.
I love the fact that you have not opened that package yet. In fact, we should do that live on the show a little bit later. But no, it's good to be back. It has been a minute. I've been off these airwaves for, dang near 3 weeks now. So, and you and I haven't been on the airwaves together in longer than that. So it is good to be back. It's like a family reunion. You know what it is? It feels like training camp, right? It's like you've had the entire off season. The players are coming back together. That's essentially what this is for us. So if we stink, just know that we're going back through the reps. We're dusting the cobwebs off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, today, no padded practice today. Although by the time we get to the to the fourth hour or so, we better be ready to get to the game. We'll get into it. I'll say this: we might as well get ready for the start of the regular season because we had the news we had been waiting for a couple months, I think, honestly, with LeBron James. His decision yesterday. We all know he's going to the 76ers. We're going to get to that in just a second. We also do have our divisional previews to get to. We've done the AFC West, the NFC West today. We're going to get to the AFC North, talk about a couple first-year head coaches there with Cleveland, with Baltimore, obviously. Not a first-year head coach, but certainly a new head coach in Pittsburgh with Mike McCarthy. It's an interesting division. And then you got Zach Taylor and the Cincinnati Bengals who are trying to get that defense up to par to at least give Joe Burrow a chance to maybe get into the postseason. So we'll talk about the AFC North. We'll mix in some MLB trade deadline talk as we're, about 9 days or so roughly away from the MLB trade deadline and how aggressive are some of these teams going to be. We all know the big names. So a lot to get to. You guys know the deal here on BetMGM Game Day. You can watch the show on Twitch and YouTube. You can search BetMGM tonight. That way you can watch the show. Our guys are watching the chat there. They'll pass along what you guys are saying to us. You can also, of course, interact on social media at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff, and on the talk and text line, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. But let's start with LeBron. The news breaks yesterday afternoon that he is a member of the Philadelphia 76ers, 2 years, $8 million. So he's taken a massive pay cut, as we expected him to do with no matter what team he would sign. Let's just start with the decision to go to Philly. Then we can get into what it actually means for him and the rest of the NBA. But that was not the first choice for many people. In fact, if you looked at the betting markets, the favorite was either Cleveland or Miami. Heck, Golden State even at one point had better odds. And then it was Philadelphia. But he chooses Philadelphia. How surprised were you that was the ultimate destination for him? I think it's the best choice to win a championship, but I still was surprised that's ultimately where he picked.
Yeah, if there were 4 teams that we thought were the front runners, Philadelphia was at best 4th. They might have even been 5th in our top 4. Like, that's how, sure. I'm pretty sure all of us were like, okay, he's going to Miami. He's going to Cleveland. He's going to Golden State even. But Philadelphia, I don't even think the biggest of 76ers fans were expecting this. This is shocking that it was the 76ers. In fact, it was one of those tweets from Shams Charania that I had to stare at for 3 minutes, right? I did okay, where's the is it an N? Is it 2 N's next to each other? Is it Shams Charania? Is it one of those fake accounts? I didn't want to get ball sack sports on me or anything, but I looked it over. I did my proofreading. No, it was real. And I was shocked because he wants to win a championship, right? Obviously LeBron did that 4 or 5 length tweet thread that he put out, which we can go over the typos a little bit later in that thing.
Yeah, there's some typos. Yep.
It wasn't the best. It was definitely did not get that thing proofread before pushing send. But he said he basically did it. It's not for family reasons. It's not for comfortability. It was to win a championship. He essentially said, "I'm ring chasing," which is funny because in no other sport are we chastising guys for ring chasing. If a baseball player joins the Dodgers, they're smart. If you know, an NFL player joins the Chiefs, they're smart, right? But if a player joins the 76ers with one of the best rosters in basketball right now, they're ring chasing. Like, yeah, why wouldn't he ring chase? He's 42 years old. He's the oldest player in the league. He wants to win one more championship before he retires. What's wrong with that? And I think, like you said, Alex, like he did it with the best possible roster that he could have done it with.
Yeah, I love your point there, though, about just how we view ring chasing and how we change it for particular athletes. You mentioned what happens in the NFL or Major League Baseball. I don't really think the reason why we talk about differently in the NBA, we don't really see it happen as much in those sports, right? I mean, very rarely has a quarterback done it. And I would argue the closest thing we've had to a quarterback in the NFL would be when Tom Brady went to Tampa. Now, he kind of got forced out of New England. They chose Belichick instead of Brady, clearly a mistake. But then where did he go? He picked Tampa because at that time, Tampa had the best roster in football, right? And so he joined up there. He convinced Gronk to come out of retirement, and he basically ring chased in Tampa. And nobody really criticized him for that, even though part of that was because of how it ended in New England. I don't consider, like Aaron Donald with the Rams, if he actually unretires and plays, he's obviously coming back to win a championship. Is he ring chasing? LeBron James, I have no problem with it whatsoever. I think the problem that he runs into is when we're nitpicking everything, when we're talking about the GOATs in sports. So we're comparing LeBron and MJ, or we're comparing Tom Brady and Mahomes, or Mahomes to Peyton Manning, or whoever we're trying to make the comp to. We're finding every little detail to separate the two, and people are doing that to LeBron because there's other players in the end, like Chris Paul was ring chasing. He never got one. Chris Paul was ring chasing.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody really was all that critical. Everybody's like, oh, I hope he goes and wins one. LeBron does it, and it's because it's the LeBron MJ debate.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And it's kind of we created this ourselves because everyone wants to compare LeBron versus MJ, and the only way they do it is by rings. Michael has 6 rings. He's 6-0 in the NBA Finals. LeBron has 4? Like, it's literally like that's all we do is rip on guys for not having enough rings, and then we also, out of the same on the other side of our mouth, we're going to chastise them for then trying to chase rings. Kevin Durant, same thing. Kevin Durant's one of the greatest pros that we will have ever gotten to watch and or are getting to watch currently. And we're going to chastise him for jumping to Golden State and trying to win a ring, like literally chase rings, when that's literally the only narrative. That's the only thing we use as media or sports fans to define greatness are rings. So, yeah, of course these guys are going to, quote unquote, chase rings. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. And I think that, yeah, LeBron was literally, because like if LeBron wanted comfortability, he would have returned home to Cleveland. If he wanted familiarity, he would have gone back to Miami. If he wanted to just play with his best friends, he would have played in Golden State, played with Steph. But he said, I want to win a ring. And I mean, based off of the moves that they've made this offseason and what they're already bringing back, and the year that they had finally getting the Boston chip off their shoulder in the playoffs, Philadelphia is the best possible place to land. However, I will say this. It is kind of ironic because when you think about championship culture, that's not something that shows up overnight, right? Like, you brought up the Tom Brady thing with the Tampa Bay Bucks. People forget just how great of a roster, both offensive and defensively, that team was. They had a top 10 defense the year before when they were a game away from the playoffs with Jameis Winston. They had a top 3 offense with Jameis Winston the year before. Then Tom Brady joins, brings a couple of his buddies like Gronk and Antonio Brown, and they become a Super Bowl winning team. But that was already instilled. That was already beat in there. So the 76ers, this is a franchise that, I mean, they haven't reached the Eastern Conference Finals since 2001. Like, this is a team like Golden State. They've had their dynasty. Cleveland has gotten even a ring since before Philadelphia. The Heat, we always talk about Heat culture and the championship aspects that they built down there. It's funny that of all of the 4 teams left standing, he chose the one that historically does not have that championship culture built in.
No, but look at the roster. I mean, we all know the biggest splash in the
Yeah.
offseason, other than Giannis getting moved, with Jaylen Brown now on that team. And you look at the roster, and Edgecombe, who will now be in year 2. Embiid, if they can now keep, the question with him is always health, but maybe with this roster, they're able to really baby him throughout much of the regular season to make sure he's right for the postseason. He clearly chose them because you look at the roster, and I know on the odds, we'll take a look later on throughout the show over at BetMGM. They got the second best odds to win the East. They got the fourth or fifth best odds to win the finals. I think he picked the right spot to win a championship. But kind of what you were saying about the destinations and the comfortability, that's where I think, as much as people want to use the chasing the ring stuff against him, if he goes and wins a ring in Philly, I view that in such a positive way, not just because it's a ring, but think about everywhere he's been getting a ring. That's awfully impressive. We all know it took him twice in Cleveland, but still, he got one in Cleveland. He got one in LA. He got multiple ones in Miami. And now he goes to Philly. There's way more pressure on him going to Philly than if he went to Miami, where he's already won something for those fans, or Cleveland, as you said. He goes to Philly. They're expecting a championship. Anything short of an NBA Finals appearance and really a ring is going to be viewed as a disappointment and a knock against LeBron. He put way more pressure on himself going to Philly. Now, they're not going to ask him to do as much, right? Because of the talent on the roster, he's not the first or second option by any means on that team, and I think it's a good thing. But just the legacy pressure that he has, can he complete the task of getting his 5th ring and being on another team that actually gets a championship?
Yeah. And I'm not going to hold that first stint in Cleveland against him, nor should I think anyone. Even MJ didn't win his first ring until year 8 or year 9. That first stint in Cleveland, LeBron was playing with a bunch of YMCA pickup ball games, guys, literally just dudes. I don't even know if they all had team issued uniforms. That's how bad that roster was. And he still took one of those teams to the finals. But it is just interesting that a franchise like the 76ers that has never had any expectations now literally has all of the expectations. And if they don't win in year 1, which I know is a tall task, but you look at the odds, they're already one of the I believe they're the top team in the East to win the finals, and the 3rd overall, I believe.
Yeah, 4-1 to win the East. Knicks are still plus 350, so slightly better odds, and then they're right in front of the Celtics at 5-1 at last check.
Right, and all of that has just vaulted since he made his decision. So it is. Look, I think it's interesting. I also have I want to get something off my chest about freezing cold takes. There were a lot of freezing cold takes yesterday. People just getting lambasted on the internet for saying that either he was going to Miami or he's going to Gold State or book it, or there's no chance in hell he ever goes to Philadelphia. I think days like yesterday, freezing cold takes should take a day off from work. I think that should be, because there isn't a soul on earth who thought LeBron was going to Philadelphia. So of course we're all going to get freezing cold takes. There's no such thing as a freezing cold take when literally nobody believed what actually happened. So those are the days where I feel like freezing cold takes needs to, maybe take a seat on the sidelines.
Though, it's interesting. Last week on the show, we were talking about the comments, though, from LeBron at Fanatics Fest, which is the big sports card memorabilia festival they do. And remember, he was doing an interview. I think he was with Halliburton, right? Wasn't he on Halliburton's podcast? And he made the line, "Trust the process" or whatever. And everybody was like, maybe he's talking about Philadelphia. Well, I mean, I don't know if he intentionally did it. Now it sure seems like he did, but he was clearly leaning Philly last week, I would say.
Yeah. Well, and it was funny. He says trust the process, and then didn't right away. He was just like, no, not like that. No. He caught himself. And then, Rich Paul tried to, skate everyone the other way, tried to do his magician sleight of hand to get everyone off that Philadelphia scent after that. But
how about the Miami Heat, though, who accidentally put out a scheduled YouTube press conference for LeBron? That guy got fired because we all saw the job listing the next day. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. There's some mistakes you can't make in your job. We all make mistakes. There's some mistakes you can't make. And that was one. If you're the head of YouTube or content or whatever for the Miami Heat, that's one you can't make, man. That's just one you can't make. And it costs the person their job.
I'd love to say let he who hasn't accidentally published a live YouTube link to the internet cast the first stone. But my goodness, man, like that was, and honestly, I thought that was LeBron having already struck a deal. And part of me wonders, in hindsight, did that play a part into his decision? Was he maybe leaning Miami, and did he, them kind of taking the wind out of his sails for the announcement? Maybe he did go back and change his mind. I doubt it, but I mean, it's still a possibility. And yeah, if anyone wants a job, is looking for a job, and YouTube at least decently well, not enough to publish a link well before it's supposed to be published, you should go and apply, because boy, do I have the job for you.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal to see play out. And then when you think about this entire offseason with LeBron, and you had Adam Silver. Remember, Adam Silver just a week ago was saying, hey, we're kind of waiting on LeBron here in order to get our schedule figured out. Then there was the reporting that LeBron was ticked off by that and was purposely delaying it because he did, Adam Silver was pressuring him. I think we all know, by the way, the schedule. I don't know if it's opening night. Is it opening night or Christmas going to be clearly the Sixers against the Celtics or Sixers against the Knicks? Like, I think opening night should be Sixers-Knicks at the Garden.
Yeah.
And then Christmas should be Jaylen Brown playing his old team in Boston. I mean, come on. It's too easy, NBA. That's what you have to do.
Yeah. There are so many layers to that. Yeah. Like, honestly, just right. Like what this team is going to mean going into the next year. I mean, we haven't even talked about the starting five with, Maxey, Brown, LeBron, Embiid, Edgecombe. Like, there's so much there. But then also, which we can get to this a little bit later in the show, but the LeBron going and pairing up with Jaylen Brown, not that long after Jaylen Brown basically ripped his own son, Bronny, and LeBron leaves Bronny back in LA. Like that's awkward. Like, there's just so many layers to this decision, and it is wild. I know I'm not alone when my jaw was on the floor when I saw that news come by. But look, good for Philadelphia. I will say, LeBron, if you don't perform night in and night out, you will be the most hated man in Philadelphia, because Philadelphia, look, we all know that is a tough fan base. That is a tough crowd to please. It's not going to be like LA. It's not going to be Cleveland, where you are beloved and you can do no wrong. It's not even going to be Miami. Like, it is going to be the most hostile fan base, home fan base that you have played in front of. So there's so many just layers to this that I'm sure we'll cover throughout the day, but it is wild, man.
No question. No doubt. And yeah, if you're an employee of the 76ers, what a day. If you're someone that works in ticket sales for the 76ers,
oh my gosh.
You're set now. You're set now.
Yeah, kick your feet on the desk.
Yeah, everybody's quota is met for the Philadelphia 76ers ticketing department. No doubt about it. We will talk about LeBron, of course, throughout the show today. In fact, we'll also go out to Philadelphia and talk to someone who covers the 76ers to get the reaction on the ground there in Philly to LeBron becoming a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. Up next, though, training camp is underway. There's teams out on practice fields. Let's get to some of the top storylines with camp underway in the NFL next.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you, just getting going here. We got the list coming up in about 20 minutes or so. We add an item or two to the list, sports or non-sports, something that has been bugging us. Last week, Austin, you missed it. I added people that take their shoes and in some cases socks off on the plane. I got back from Punta Cana last weekend, and of course, that happened yet again. To me, it's just disgusting. So that was an item that we got on the list. We'll see what we're adding this particular week as well. Yeah, you missed a lot. I don't know if I can't remember on this show if I told the full story. I know I did locally, but I almost got kidnapped in Punta Cana. So there's a lot we got to get.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just another summer vacation away, right?
Yep. Potential kidnapping. I think I made the right decision. And I got to open up this package that you sent me as well. I'm terrified. It feels like clothing of some sort, so that's got me really scared. And
it's actually the ransom money. I thought you did get kidnapped. So I sent the ransom money to your office. So
it's good to know you were timely with it. A little late, I must say. I'd be dead already. I'd already be dead if that was actually what it is.
Look, I got around to it eventually. All right. I'm a procrastinator. Okay. I put everything off to the last minute, and I was like, oh, Alex is kidnapped. All right. I guess I got to run to FedEx and get a package out to him.
Yeah, thank you for putting in the effort on that. All right, let's talk a little NFL, then we will get back to LeBron James landing with the 76ers. We'll take a deeper dive in the betting markets. And truly, what do we think of that roster in Philly? What does it say about the Heat? What does it say about the New York Knicks' chances of repeating? All that coming up throughout the show today. But NFL training camps have arrived, man. We're addicted to the NFL. It is camp. I know it's not always the most exciting thing, but we were having a group chat yesterday and disagreeing on some stuff. I love it. Football's back, baby. We got camps opening up. Cardinals are at camp already. Panthers, Patriots, Seahawks, the Chiefs reported yesterday. We got the Rams and Niners reporting today. Preseason Hall of Fame game for those that are sicker than others is 2 weeks away. I can't wait. Fantasy football conversations are happening again. Dynasty League trades are going down late. All kinds of stuff. What's the biggest storyline for you though right now? I know we're going to talk more later on in the show about the divisional odds for the AFC North. But what's the storyline that has your attention right now?
Well, I was going to say history being made. Up until this week, I was really excited for history to be made because the Baltimore Ravens were the first NFL team to sign a contract with an Oompa Loompa, but unfortunately Diego Pavia was released this week. So I don't know what that means for him. I guess that still is my favorite storyline, to see where he goes. And is he going to blast the Ravens on his Instagram stories like he did with the Heisman voters after not winning that? I'm very curious because you know me, Alex. We begin every show in the spring with a UFL update. I'm super excited. I'm hoping Diego Pavia goes the way of maybe a Brendan Sorsby or something and joins the UFL, enters his name into the UFL
perfect for
draft.
Him.
Yeah, which I've got a 32-round mock UFL draft that I'm ready to deliver on this show whenever you say the words. And Diego Pavia is my 1.1. He is my first overall draft pick for the UFL.
Why don't you wait until I'm off for a vacation or something again, and then you can do that. You can do that mock draft for the UFL. Do it when I'm not on the show, please.
Full disclosure, I was the one behind the kidnapping plot to get you kidnapped just so I could talk about UFL every week on this show.
Man, oh, man. My goodness. Yeah, I mean, look, I will say at this point, Diego Pavia's chances of playing in the NFL are maybe 1% better than Jake Paul, who claims that NFL teams are calling him this week, wanting him to join the roster, which is also another thing we got to get to at some point on the show as well. No, look, storylines, the NFL, it's full of them, right? I mean, one of them that we're all keeping an eye on, it's not really training camp, is still the ongoing Brandon Ayuk mess out in San Francisco, where he clearly wants out. They want nothing to do with him, but he's also, I think, scared off just about every single team in the NFL with his Instagram videos. There was a report this week that he bought a house. I think it was in Maryland or outside the D.C. area, or maybe it was in Virginia. Anyway, that whole DMV area to get ready to sign with the Commanders, who we don't know if they even want him, and he's not even available yet. So it's Brandon Ayuk's storyline's interesting to me. One that, in all jokes aside, I know you and I go back and forth. You give me a hard time about Mahomes, but it was a big deal yesterday that he got cleared to practice with the ACL and LCL injury. And so, of course, that's a storyline that I think has major ramifications across the entire league, not only in the AFC West, but for a team that had 6 wins a year ago, for the entire NFL. Anytime you're talking about a guy that has won as much as he has, him being healthy, what does that do for the rest of the AFC picture? Does he look right throughout camp? Are there any setbacks? That kind of stuff. It's a massive storyline to continue to follow.
And a couple of other big storylines that I'm excited for this year, just to see how they transpire. One has to do with a guy who is probably set to retire soon, and one has to do with a guy who has already retired. Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. I'm very curious to see if that makes any impact. My expectation is low. I'm not expecting him to just come in and then be some world beater in the North. But I do think it is intriguing because I do think that Steelers roster has gotten a lot better from last year to this year. And you bring in back Aaron Rodgers, obviously Mike McCarthy in the fold. How does that change things in Pittsburgh? But then also, I'm very curious, Aaron Donald. Are we going to see him in a brand new Rams uniform? As they just unveiled the new alternative uniforms this week, both the yellow and the white. I'm curious if we will see Aaron Donald back in the fray at some point this season. And honestly, it could be not till November that he signs on with the Rams or whatever. But if he does come back, I think that just him paired with Myles Garrett on that D-line, I mean, they're already, I think, most people's Super Bowl favorites. But if you add one of the greatest interior defensive linemen that we've seen in probably our entire lifetimes to the fold, that's only going to skyrocket their expectations even higher.
Yeah, I think the Aaron Donald part is going to be an all-year thing, kind of what you said. I don't think we're going to see him join anytime soon. But if the Rams are rolling the way we think they're going to roll this year, especially if there's an injury on that defensive line where he's coming in to save the day, I think there's a great chance that he signs in November, early December, before you get to the grind of the end of the season. And you don't ask a player of his age to play as many games. You want him for the home stretch of the season. I could see that. As far as Aaron Rodgers, how about him reuniting with his family this week? Honestly, I don't know if you view that as a good or a bad thing,
oh my
for
gosh,
his football chances. But all of a sudden, he's back with his parents and everything. Which, look, you know what? I will say, good for him. I think that's healthy. I think that's good. The fact his playing career is almost over, so to me, it's smart. You want to have that relationship when football is taken away from you here in about a year or so. But I don't know what that means for football. I don't know if that was fueling him. The haters out there, or now that this is not gonna be a good thing because now everything's fine in his life. I'm not sure. Remember, he's also married. We think, right? So,
definitely
for Aaron Rodgers as well.
Yeah, no, he's definitely married. All right. She just goes to a different school. Okay. You don't know. She lives in Canada. All right. He's definitely married. And that's why he rekindled things with his family. It was because he wanted them to meet her too. Notice how she wasn't in any of the photos that he posted with his family. It was just him with his family.
True.
But
that is true.
Nothing says I'm getting old than rekindling things with your estranged family, right? Like, and maybe this is him realizing, man, I haven't won a Super Bowl since I cut ties with my family. And, maybe this is like, that's the missing link of like, to get his, like, I'm not going to say his powers back because he's been a great quarterback. He just hasn't been able to get over the hump and make it to a Super Bowl since, he was with Mike McCarthy. And sure enough, he's back with Mike McCarthy. Time is nothing but a flat circle. Here we are right back in 2010 all over again. Could he relive the magic? I don't know. So he's got one Super Bowl ring on his finger and one wedding ring on his finger. And, as much as I want to say he's a new man, it's not. He's just going back to being the old Aaron Rodgers that we knew.
We'll have our AFC North divisional preview later on to talk about what we think of these teams, because I think there's a cap on what they can be this year with McCarthy, but I also think the floor is pretty high for the Pittsburgh Steelers in terms of how bad they're going to be. I think there's a chance they're actually win-wise right around the same 10-win ballpark that they have been for most of Mike Tomlin's time there as well. So we'll get to that division. The only other storyline that had my attention this week, I don't know if you heard the comments from Tyreek Hill. He put out a Instagram video. Remember, Tyreek Hill, 18 months ago, guys, we still thought he was a top 10 wide receiver in football. And then now we're not sure if he can play ever again. He was honest in this video. He said he has no power in his left leg. He's working his butt off, but remember, ACL, MCL, LCL, and kneecap, if I'm not mistaken. I think he shredded the entire knee. Maybe I'm off on one of the ligaments. And he wants to play still. I thought there was a chance he could join a team by the start of the season and be on the PUP list. I'm not sure he's playing for anybody this year. We're almost a year removed from the injury, and he has no power in his left leg. So even November, that's another 12, 16 weeks of rehab. I don't think his whole game was built on speed, too. This is not a guy that was just built on being a physical, I'm going to body you, jump up over your head, grab the football kind of guy. His is all speed. Unfortunately, I think he may not play again, man.
Yeah, he's not like a DeAndre Hopkins where it's like he doesn't have the speed, but where he excels is his route running and his hands. It's like, no, his speed was his entire game. And I'm going to be honest, I don't feel sorry for Tyreek Hill at all. Who I feel sorry for is Tyreek Hill's agent, because my goodness, man, you're trying to find a new home. You're trying to find a deal, and you're dropping videos saying that you don't have any explosiveness. Like you're basically still recovering from the injury that set you out almost a year ago, right? Like dude, like you are not doing yourself or your agent any favors, man. Like stay off the gram and stay in the rehab facility, dude. Like just get back and get right, because even if you don't have explosiveness in your leg, you don't reveal that. You don't disclose that to all of your, millions of followers. What you do is you just, rehab's going great. Rehab's going real well. And then you sign with a team and let them discover that you have no explosiveness left.
Well,
you got to hook
I hear
them.
you.
You got to bamboozle them.
I am surprised he told the world. Now, you and I both know he's got to pass a physical, and they can tell a lot of that stuff. The report was a couple months back he couldn't even pass a physical if he wanted to. So I don't know if he could pass a physical right now. And so teams, I think, are very much aware that he's got a long ways to go. So he'll be a name to watch. But if he plays at all this year, I'm not sure we're going to see much, and it's going to be November. I don't think we're going to see him any earlier than that. His agent, by the way, Drew Rosenhaus, doing just fine, my guess. Doing.
That's true.
Fine.
Yeah, I know. I think he has another client or two he could make some money off of.
Just a few. Just a few. All right, up next, let's get to the list here on BetMGM Game Day. An item or two, sports or non-sports, that's bugging us. We'll see an updated list from last week, and we'll also add a few items next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token. To use the token, add any golf wager to your bet slip and activate the token. And if you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We're still just getting going here on Westwood One Sports. We'll get back to LeBron James, including a report out today, according to Rich Paul, filling us in on what other team he truly was deciding between. We know he landed with the 76ers, but who was that other team that he was close to going to? It might surprise you. We'll get to that coming up in the next hour. But it is that time of the show where we get to the list. We add items, sports, non-sports, things that are bugging us or just flat out messed up. Last week we added people taking their shoes off on an airplane as I got back from my trip. I did not tell the story, I think, last week because Austin was gone. And that'll be an item I'm going to add to the list. I'll let you go first, but I did not tell you about my potential kidnapping last week.
Yeah, I got to hear all about that, definitely. But, Alex, I am adding something to the list that I think you are really going to enjoy. I got to add Tom Brady to the list. Not just for the 2+ decades of hell he put every football fan through, but more so for the hell he's putting us through since hanging up his cleats. Especially this week. The fake shtick he has with Logan Paul and the self-proclaimed future NFL slot receiver Jake Paul. Dude, you're a 7-time Super Bowl champion, and you're publicly feuding with YouTubers? And look, I'm not naive. This is just poor guerrilla marketing to set up something bigger like a WWE pay-per-view or something. It's more pathetically staged than a Patriots Super Bowl. Now, Brady, look, you think you're Jordan, but you're literally acting like Rodman, as in former NWO member Dennis Rodman. Tom Brady isn't giving off GOAT status. He's giving divorced dad energy. Basically, everything Giselle told him to say no to, he's now saying yes to. Setting up a stint in the WWE, flag football with the Saudis, performing skits at Fanatics Fest, the Netflix roast of Tom Brady, the Netflix roast of Kevin Hart, the lead analyst for Fox NFL Sundays, a partial owner of the Raiders, Under Armour commercials, Duracell commercials, Uggs commercials, Hertz commercials. And you know what other NFL great did Hertz commercials? Orenthal James Simpson. And like him, you're well on your way to murdering your own legacy. Allegedly. Look, I mean, Brady hasn't even sniffed a carb since Rebecca Black was auto-tuning on about Fridays. And yet he endorses Pizza Hut, Dunkin' Donuts, and the Italian chocolate brand Ferraro. His endorsements are as fake as his bone structure. And it makes me more sick than watching him kiss his son from a massage table. Look, I'm not saying you shouldn't diversify your portfolio. Expand your business reach or make smart investments. Do it all. But it's not like you need it. You made $333 million over 23 NFL seasons. Your contract with Fox is worth $375 million alone, the most of any broadcaster ever. Take it from Gatorade and be like Mike. The reason we think so highly of Michael Jordan is because he essentially went into hiding since his playing days. Unless you frequented North Carolina golf courses, NASCAR pit road garages, or literally any casino in America, you haven't seen his hairness in person since he was missing breakaway dunks in the All-Star game as a Wizard. Every few years, we'd get a grainy video of Jordan smoking a fat stogie on the 15th green, rocking a backwards Kangol hat with fashion so bad I can only describe it as early Jonah Hill career fashion. But that was all we needed to confirm he was still alive. And the aura and the lore of his game only grew from there. There's a reason tall tales are tall, because the subjects of them aren't oversaturating themselves in all aspects of life. Pecos Bill isn't hanging with Michael Rubin. John Henry isn't trying to out Pizza the Hut. And Paul Bunyan isn't publicly slapping former Vine stars. Brady, I know you're used to having a good defense. You never won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense in the league. But there is no defense for your self-oversaturation. Your aura is fading faster than Gronk in the red zone or Gronk at an open bar. Do us a favor and treat this like 5 of your Super Bowl wins and spend the end watching from the sidelines. Tom Brady, you're added to the list.
Well done. Well done. Some great lines worked in there from Austin Huff. I actually don't fully disagree with you. This whole week thing this week hasn't bugged me as much as it clearly did for you and some others. To me, you're right. He is divorced. He's living life. He's dating some hot, I don't know if she's a model or whoever. I can't remember her name. He's living life. He's making a lot of money. He's going to clearly set something up for SummerSlam. I don't have, there's a lot worse things he could be doing post-playing career. He could be getting in trouble with the law. He could be all kinds of stuff. So it doesn't bug me as much. The WWE is not like, this is not like he's doing commercials for some small-time thing. That's $1 billion promotion that we're talking about. So I don't know. There's plenty of people that agree with you. I'm in the minority here, I think, because I got into this conversation with some people yesterday as well. I don't really have a problem with what Tom Brady's been doing post-playing career. I actually think he's become a hell of a lot more likable than what he was 3 years ago. And he's gotten better as a broadcaster.
He has flexed a little bit of muscle in his, in his career and what he can do just because he was so buttoned up for 23 seasons. But Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan. Like, we still fight tooth and nail, him versus LeBron versus Kobe versus anyone, because of him laying low. And the only chance we have ever, only little bit of Michael Jordan we've ever seen was during COVID in The Last Dance. Outside of that, he has stayed out of the limelight, and I think that has only grown his aura and the mystique around Jordan.
That's fair. I mean, we also got ripped off when they claimed they were going to have him on NBA coverage this year or whatever, and he did one interview that they spliced up 12 times. What a joke that was. It's not even his fault. They gave him a fat check, and NBC sold us that it was going to be a lot better. It was terrible. It was waste of time.
Even when he joins broadcast teams, he only does it once, right? Like, he only does one night of work. I'm telling you, nobody lays lower. Nobody has been better at their post career than Michael Jordan. Like, he is the Michael Jordan of retirement.
Our guy Grant behind the scenes says, how's he been staying out of the limelight? He said he was the owner of the Bobcats and Hornets for 10 years. He's obviously now an owner of a very successful NASCAR team. He's
but we don't see that.
Well, you're saying he disappeared, I guess is what he's saying.
Well, yeah.
He didn't disappear.
But he's not.
He wasn't
doing
commercials.
He's not Mark Cuban, owner of an NBA franchise, right? Like, he's in the background.
For sure.
Like, he's staying behind the curtains.
For sure. All right, so Tom Brady's on the list. For me, go ahead and put it up on the list if you're watching on YouTube. Go ahead and put it on the list right now. Yep, that's exactly where it says Dominican model that tried to kidnap gold. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. She is added to the list. So I was in Punta Cana a week plus ago, and if anybody's been to the Cancun or Punta Cana, one of those locations is called Coco Bongo. It's like a club/disco show thing. They have aerial acts. It's really cool. It was a blast for 3 or 4 hours. We're at this club. We have some friends and we ended up getting a table. And all of a sudden, there's this woman that's standing next to me. So we start talking. Now, she's Dominican, and so the English is tough, but she actually did a nice job trying to talk or whatever. So we're talking, we're dancing. I got weird vibes from the beginning, Austin. I thought, honestly, I thought immediately she might have been a prostitute, if you want to know the truth. And so I was like, all right, this is a little off. That's what I thought to begin with. But the night goes on. I still had weird vibes. We eventually swap Instagrams. She follows me. I follow her. My friends and I go back separately to our resort because this was off resort. It's the only time we went off resort. Get back. She's messaging me at 3 a.m, telling me the next day I should go to her apartment and we'll go to the beach and all this kind of stuff. And I said, well, you could come to the resort. But she's like, I don't know if I can get into your resort. She's like, I'm only a 10 or 15-minute Uber ride away. I'm convinced that I narrowly avoided being robbed at minimum, if not kidnapped or had my kidneys cut out, and I would not be here today.
All I gotta ask is, what this lady of the noche in Punta Cana?
She's a model, real account. I'll share it with you later on. Yeah.
How do you think Vanessa in Pittsburgh feels about you dancing and bumping and grinding with this girl like this? Like, she's not feeling great about it.
I'll say this, Vanessa cared if I lived there, you know? Vanessa cared about my age. This woman didn't care where I lived or how old I was, which was a bad sign. Which was a bad sign immediately.
She's like, he's an American. He's got money. Obviously, if he's in Punta Cana, I'm gonna get him. Hey, why don't you come over to my apartment and meet my friends Hans and Big. It's a guy that doesn't even have a first name. He just goes by Big.
Yeah, I was very close to being kidnapped. So that is the list. All right, up next, Austin sent me a package. I have no idea what is in this. I'm terrified to open it. That next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Noon hour out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You guys can always watch the show and interact over on Twitch and YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight. Makes it easier for you to watch the show. You can type in the chat there. Our producers keep an eye on that. They'll pass along some of your comments as well. Remember, you can always add items to the list. We always keep an eye on that. If you've got something that you think should be on the list or you think we made a mistake with something we added to the list. And, of course, if you got any thoughts on the news of the last 24 hours or so, which is that LeBron James is now a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. We're going to get right back into that in just a second. We also are 20 minutes away from having Jarrett Bailey, NFL writer, for SB Nation, to join us. We'll talk to him more about some of those headlines with training camp officially underway for a good chunk of NFL teams. Even if they're not in pads yet, there's still practices, and unfortunately, some injuries have already happened. If you're a Carolina Panthers fan, it has been a rough couple months with some key injuries. Left tackle, right tackle, now your top linebacker hurt as well. What does that mean for a big year in Carolina with Bryce Young after winning the division? He's playing for a contract. Remember, they picked up the fifth-year option. They have not given him that long-term deal yet. You guys can also call or text in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Now, as we said to start the show, Austin and I have not done a show together for a bit because the summer months, this is the time, frankly, where, we take some time off because once football season gets here, life gets busy and, it's the time of the year where you really can't take any trips or anything like that. So we hadn't done the show in a bit, and I got to my station here in Kansas City when I got back in town last week, and on my desk there was, I'll cover up the label, I'll just show the backside, there was a package on my desk from Austin Huff. And,
What?
It feels like it's a clothing item of some sort. And so Austin has not told me what it is. I texted him. I said, hey, man, did you sent me something? He goes, yeah, I know. He says, open it up on the show. So here we are.
Yeah.
This is the show. I don't know what's in this. Should I be concerned? Because I am. I don't know what you would have bought me.
Alex, listen, we've been doing the show every Saturday, essentially, since January, okay? We've gotten to know each other pretty well. Do I seem like the kind of guy that would prank you or do anything outside of just show you love and support out of the goodness of my own heart?
Yeah, definitely not a prankster at all. Definitely not someone that would send me something awkward
this
to
is,
open up on the radio show.
I saw this online, shout out targeted ads, and I said, you know what? This is something I need to get for my beloved co-host, Mr. Alex Gold, who shares the mic with me every Saturday afternoon on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. I was like, this needs to be in your arsenal. It needs to be your repertoire. You are right. It is an article of clothing. So I think, without further ado, I think we should open it up and maybe even try it on.
Okay. Oh, wow. I'll make that decision depending on what this thing is. But all right. So this is sent from Austin. All right. Oh, boy. All right, okay, guys, you see this? If you're watching see that corner? It says Louisville Kings, I think.
Louisville
Louisville
Kings. Wait, refresh my memory. Is that the same Louisville Kings that won the UFL this year? The UFL champion Louisville Kings?
That would be correct, and you know how much I love the UFL compared to your love of the UFL. It's not just the Louisville Kings shirt. It says champions. And wait till you guys see the back that I'm looking at now. What is this on the back? It's a championship.
United Bowl champions, baby!
Oh, my gosh. What is that thing on the back?
That's their mascot.
This the king?
That's
their mascot?
The Louisville Kings mascot. The
2026 champions.
His name is Derby. He's a Royal Thoroughbred horse, okay? And, it's inspired by Kentucky's rich horse racing history and the Sport of Kings theme. And they are literally kings of the Sport of Kings, the UFL.
I mean, this looks like this was designed real quickly in Photoshop before the season or something, and they didn't have much of a department. The question I
It
have
does.
is, who made this shirt? Oh, let me see. Oh, the tag is already ripped off. That's kind of weird. You notice that? That's very you. Look at that. The tag's already ripped off.
That
What's going on with that?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
That's
not a
look,
good
this is
sign.
not look, I did not buy this from NFLshop.com. I bought this from UFLshop.com. Okay. It comes with the territory.
It was made 100% cotton, made in Nicaragua. Okay. What are the chances? Let me ask you this. Here's a fair question. You know how much I love the UFL compared to you, who just trashes it all the time. Would you say it's more likely that this shirt lasts or that the league lasts? Like, will this shirt stay
Okay.
intact?
All right. I do not. Look, the UFL has gone through iterations, okay? Have they gone through a rebrand or two? Sure. But at its roots, it is still the XFL, and the X stands for extreme, okay? And an extreme football league does not only last a couple of seasons and bow out. I mean, sure, it did the first time and then even the second time, but then it came back, okay? You can fold the XFL, you could fold the UFL, but the UFL always rises from the dead, just like the players in the sport. Because you've got guys on those rosters that you thought were dead, that were never coming back into football. That you thought you saw the end of them. Like cornerback Eric Garrer, who former Tennessee Titan Eric Garrer, right? Antonio Greer Jr. Okay. What about Chandler Rogers or running backs Jalen Jackson or James Robinson, okay? Like, you thought that you saw the end of their playing days, but what did they do? Just like the league they are in, they rose from the dead and came back, and now they are champions. They are United Bowl champions. Go Louisville Kings.
This is going to make look. Well, I appreciate you sending me the shirt. I do. I appreciate you thinking of me. This is going to make a great workout shirt. Or something. Otherwise, people are going to be very confused why I'm wearing it. I will put this shirt on in the next break, and I will wear it for the rest of the show just for you because you actually bought this for me. United Bowl champions. I forgot that they were you could ask me who won, and I forgot the Louisville was the team that won.
I want you to know that I bought that shirt and I helped fund half the league in doing so. Like, that's half the league's budget right there.
Exactly. I bet. Yeah. How many of these shirts were purchased? I would love to know. But I saw the back is what I can't get over. The back of the shirt is what I can't get over. At all.
There were a few designs to choose from. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to go with the design that most looks like it was a fan-submitted drawing.
That's exactly what it looks like. Well, all right. Thank you. If you guys have been listening to the show since January, Austin has been giving us UFL updates, which I absolutely can't stand. And so he decided to send me a shirt. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Just wait until UFL mock draft season. Oh, when that draft rolls around, oh, baby, do I have some takes coming your way. With the first overall pick in this year's UFL draft comes my mock draft.
You never know. Maybe I'll just go full heel turn on you, and next year I'll just become a diehard Louisville Kings fan just to screw with the entire flow of your UFL vibe.
I think next year we put some wager. Maybe, you're a Kansas guy, I'm a Mizzou guy. Maybe in this year's rivalry game, going down September 11th on Fox, Kansas versus Mizzou in Lawrence. Maybe we wager that game, and if whoever loses, whichever person's school loses in that game, they have to go try out for the UFL.
That would be something. I'll tell you this. I'm going to need some points, man. My alma mater is not looking good heading into that matchup. I'm going to need some points. I'm going to need the spread. I'm going to need to have the bet based off of the spread instead of the straight up. So, all right. Well, that's cool. That package has been sitting on my desk all week. I almost opened it, and I decided to wait till we did the show. So I'm glad I did. Very cool. Appreciate that. There is, on a completely different note, I know we were going to talk LeBron, but I do want to get some breaking news in the NFL. As we were talking about this, it just happened from Adam Schefter. At least it became public knowledge. This incident happened back on July 14th, reportedly. But let me just read you the tweet from Adam Schefter of ESPN. San Francisco 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan suffered significant injuries in a car accident during his summer break in mid-July that now will leave him limited as the team opens training camp. Shanahan broke his nose, 3 ribs, his hand, needed over 40 stitches in his face.
Goodness.
He suffered a severe concussion during a July 14th car accident when he collided with an SUV near his Northern California home. That is just now coming out from Adam Schefter. One, very lucky to be alive, it sounds like, when you suffer those sort of injuries. Very scary stuff. Glad to hear that he is on the road to recovery, as it says he's limited at camp. It's not saying he's not going to be there, but he'll be limited. I'm sure we'll get some more information when the team arrives and when he eventually speaks to the media. But this was a very serious accident, it sounds like. I'll say this, and I wish Kyle Shanahan the best, and obviously a very scary situation. In terms of football, besides the obvious human element, which is, my goodness, that's a terrifying incident to have happen. The head coach being limited during training camp, I think it will have no bearing on the NFL season for the 49ers, if we're just talking the football end. But very scary stuff to see happen to anybody. And are you shocked as I am, Austin, that it took until July 25th for anybody to find out about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the good news in all of this. The fact that it happened so long ago and we're just now finding out about it 11 days later, that tells me, okay, good. He will obviously make a full recovery, and it is not like, 'cause if it was more serious, we would have found out about it almost instantly, right? And so that to me is the solace that I am taking in all of this. But yeah, I mean, like, broke his nose, 3 ribs, his hand, and needed over 40 stitches. Like, that's tough. I'm glad he's okay. Obviously, Kyle Shanahan, I think, is one of the best coaches in the sport. Just the things that he has done with the amount of, I mean, you want to talk about, like, speaking of injuries, his team has been plagued with injuries over the last few years, and he's somehow managed to keep them at the top of the conference. And so I wish him nothing but the best. I hope he gets back soon, especially with training camp, coming up. They report, I believe, today.
That's right. Yeah, that's why the news is probably coming out today, is because you really can't hide it anymore once when you start to wonder where the head coach is. Now, the more details in the last minute as Schefter continues to put out some more details around this. Another tweet he just sent out, the 49ers assistant head coach and offensive line coach Chris Forster, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that last name correctly, is expected to assume some of Kyle Shanahan's head coaching duties and help lead the team. Shanahan informed his assistant coaches of his accident on Tuesday. So his coaches didn't even know until a few days ago. Other players slowly have been getting the news that the 49ers confirmed today. So that's the latest on Kyle Shanahan, who is going to be limited in camp after being involved in a serious car accident, as you said. Here's more detail. It says he was taken by paramedics to the local hospital back on July 14th, where he spent much of that day before being released. The other driver was not injured, according to the Palo Alto Lieutenant Nicholas Martinez. Martinez said drugs and alcohol were not involved, and both drivers were cooperative with the police. No one was cited for the collision. Went on to say just that Shanahan's recovering at home, believed to be healing well, but with training camp starting Sunday, doctors will not clear him for all activities until his concussion symptoms clear. John Lynch is scheduled to hold a press conference. That'd be 4:00 Eastern time this afternoon. So we'll be getting off the air, unfortunately, when that press conference happens. So otherwise we would keep an eye on that. But I'm sure John Lynch will go into more detail. But all the best to Kyle Shanahan. The part that's scary there, Austin, is that it's based on this reporting, he's still having concussion symptoms here, 10 plus days after the accident. That's why it says doctors have not cleared him to participate in coaching at training camp.
Yeah. It is, goodness. It's been a weird off season, right? Like, I just feel like just with a lot of headlines, I think it's like the only thing that will get us back to normalcy is, the padded practices, the slow motion water, the slow motion sprinkler heads shooting up in the Hard Knocks, HBO Hard Knocks intros, right? Like Liev Schreiber's voice just narrating us through this time of the year. I think that'll be the only thing that'll, like, okay, we're back to normalcy, because it has been a weird off season, and I'm ready for it to, I'm ready for us to get back to football.
Yeah, no doubt. This was obviously news that nobody was expecting today. Glad to hear that he is expected to make a full recovery, though. But again, if you're just joining us, Kyle Shanahan not with the team at training camp after suffering significant injuries in a car accident during summer break back in mid-July, July 14th. And he broke his nose, 3 ribs, needed over 40 stitches, and suffered a severe concussion. And again, the concussion part seems to be the part that is limiting his ability to coach football right now. Something to watch throughout the rest of training camp for the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to talk more about this and some of the other headlines coming up next here on Westwood One Sports as Jarrett Bailey, NFL writer for SB Nation. He's also the co-host of the Pump Fake Pod with a former NFL head coach, Todd Haley. He joins us to talk NFL next.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. One Sports.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Let's get right back into the NFL, though, to talk about some of these storylines in training camp, looking ahead of the season, and the breaking news out in San Francisco around Kyle Shanahan. To talk more about all of that, we welcome in Jarrett Bailey, NFL writer for SB Nation. He's also the co-host of the Pump Fake Pod with Todd Haley. You can give him a follow at JBaileyNFL. He's based out of Pittsburgh. We'll get into the Steelers, I'm sure, as we're doing our AFC North preview today. Jarrett, great to have you on the show, man. I wanted to start with the news that came out in the last 15 to 20 minutes or so around Kyle Shanahan and what appears to be a pretty serious car accident that he had in the middle of July. Adam Schefter sending out that tweet that he's not going to be at camp here on day one due to symptoms he's still suffering, most notably a severe concussion. John Lynch is going to speak with the media this afternoon. Obviously a scary ordeal. In terms of football, what do you think this does for a training camp, not having your head coach there?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you start a camp like this, it usually feels like a bad omen. Then again, we said probably similar things last year with Matthew Stafford and his back and the weird, bus thing that they brought in for him to deal with. So it could end up being a smaller deal than what it appears to be right now. Obviously, starting camp without your head coach, that's less than ideal. I'm sure their primary focus for San Francisco right now is just, hey, Kyle, get healthy. We'll begin this without you. Just come in whenever you're ready. That's the main focus right now. It would just be get Kyle Shanahan as close to 100% as possible. It's pretty rare we talk about coach injuries and whatnot when it comes to the NFL. So just hope he's okay. And whenever he gets there, they should be back in full swing.
Jarrett, you follow the Pittsburgh Steelers very closely and very well. So I have a kind of a two-part question. I'll go ahead and just start with the first question. Is Aaron Rodgers married?
I mean, I don't speculate on it and pretend. I shouldn't say pretend. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I wonder if his wife is fake. I don't care. I'm sure it would be a weird thing to pretend to do. I'm sure he is actually married to somebody. They value privacy and whatnot. So it's not something I've ever really speculated on personally.
Yeah. Okay, married to the game, sure. Now I do have to ask: he's one of the more fascinating storylines I think that we have in the NFL going into this upcoming season. Obviously, he's got not only did he reunite with Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh, and that is a much stronger roster in Pittsburgh than we saw even last year, but he also reunited with his family. Last time he was reunited with both of those things, he had success back in 2010 and defeated the Steelers in the Super Bowl. What is the realistic expectation for that Steelers team heading into 2026?
Yeah, I mean, the expectation for me is that they'll be at least as good as they were last year. They've won every year. We seem to do this. I shouldn't say we, everybody else outside of the Pittsburgh media space and fandom tends to do this thing where, all right, this is going to be the year the Steelers actually stink, and then they win 10 games. All right, now this will be the year the Steelers actually stink.
Right.
They've won 10 games in each of the last 3 years. They should be much better defensively under the tutelage of Patrick Graham compared to Terrell Austin. They added pieces on that side of the ball with Jamel Dean, Jaquan Brisker. They bring back Asante Samuel. They have really good depth in the secondary. They have 3 quality edge rushers and a good defensive line. It's not really any massive holes on defense. And offensively, Aaron last year, obviously he's not top 5 quarterback Aaron Rodgers anymore. But in the final game of the year, put up quality numbers with Adam Thielen, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He's basically throwing to the mascot and the cheerleaders, and he leads them to a division title. He's not MVP Aaron Rodgers anymore, but seeing what he did last year with the lack of weapons, you add Michael Pittman and Jeremy Bernard to those pass catchers. Rico Dowdle comes in, who was 1,000-yard back last year. I think the expectation for me is at least 10 wins. I think Mike McCarthy is certainly an upgrade offensively. And frankly speaking, man, could be an upgrade at head coach. I know that everybody really holds Mike Tomlin to the super duper high regard, but in a lot of ways, the game looks like it's passed him by when it comes to X's and O's. So I'm excited to see what the offense looks like with more modern eyes. I'm excited to see what the defense looks like with more modern eyes. I think they're going to win 10, 11 games, be a wild card team, and maybe win a playoff game this year.
We're talking to Jared Bailey, NFL writer for SB Nation, at Jay Bailey NFL over on X. Let's stay in that division because later on in our show, in fact, today it's our AFC North preview a little bit. What's your feeling on the rest of that division? You got a bunch of first-year head coaches or 2 first-year head coaches, but plenty of coaching movement. The only coach that's the tenured coach is Zach Taylor in Cincinnati, and they've been unable to make the postseason. Who do you think is the biggest challenger to Pittsburgh, for example, in that division? Are you buying the talk around Baltimore and what they have going on?
I'm not really a big believer in Baltimore. I mean, outside of Lamar and Kyle Hamilton, like the rest of that roster is just kind of meh. Like Roquan Smith is approaching 30 and his play is already declining. Marlon Humphrey is old and his play is declining. Offensively at pass catcher, like there's nothing there that truly scares me. It's Zay Flowers, who's fine, but he's not a top 25 receiver in the NFL. Rashad Bateman is very inconsistent. Derrick Henry, like, had a nice year last year. Are we expecting an eventual decline from Derrick Henry? Maybe, but there's only like 3 players on that roster that I would like truly be terrified of. And even then, you know, it's an older running back who eventually that play is going to slow down. Lamar, coming off the injury last year, didn't look like himself. If he's 100%, then sure, you know, we'll see Lamar, you know, be what we've grown accustomed to. But at the same time, like I don't think we're ever going to see him play as well as he did in 2024. So yeah, there's not a lot with Baltimore that truly scares me. I think Cincinnati's the best team overall in the division in terms of having the best quarterback, 2 really good receivers, upgraded defense a little bit, bringing in Boye Mafe and Brian Cook. Like those aren't huge names, but they're guys who were contributors to Super Bowl winning teams. And I think that that's kind of the pedigree that side of the ball needed. So if you ask me who the best roster 1 to 53 is, I would probably say Pittsburgh. But Cincinnati having Burrow, as long as he's healthy, and I know that's a big if, especially in the last couple of years. But I picked Cincinnati to win the division. I picked them to come out of the AFC and represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. So that's the top dog in the AFC North to me. Yeah.
Is the idea of Aaron Donald rejoining the Rams, is it just a pipe dream, or is it something to hold belief into? Because as just a football fan, I want to see it. I would love to see him paired up with Myles Garrett on that D-line and see what kind of damage the Rams could do. What is already a really good Rams defense. Is it possible, and not even just in training camp, like even all the way into November, is it possible before the season ends, we see Aaron Donald back on the football field with the Rams?
I don't think it's just possible. I think it's probable. I don't think it happens, you know, in training camp or in the first half of the season. But I think like between week 9, week 12, week 13, like he'll come back as basically like a closer in baseball. Like they don't need him there for the first half of the season. But once we get down the stretch around Thanksgiving, then I think we'll, you know, see more reports of, okay, he's, you know, in the facility every day. He's gearing up to come back. I circled I believe it's week 13 against Kansas City is when I officially like predicted when he would play his first game. But at this point, I think there's just too much smoke for there not to be fire. I think he'll return, but again, there's no need to rush it. Their roster is already insanely good. And if you can get Aaron Donald for, you know, the final 6 games of the regular season into the postseason, yeah, I think that would probably be the best case scenario for them. So they did a similar thing with Eric Weddle a few years ago. I believe it was during the Super Bowl year where he came back for the playoffs. I think it'll be earlier than that he returns, but, you know, similar situation there.
Down in the AFC South, you got a Texans team. We know about the defense, but C.J. Stroud, there's a question mark around him. The Colts had that great start to the season, and now I think everybody's expecting very little out of Daniel Jones and the Colts. Then you got Jacksonville, who under Liam Cohen, we saw Trevor Lawrence play some of his best football as a pro. How much stock do you put in the Jags this year? Looking at that roster, year 2 for Travis Hunter, we'll see if he actually starts to live up to the hype.
I like what Jacksonville has offensively, and I think Liam Cohen's a good head coach. Front office wise, I think it's just been too much of, we're going to outsmart everybody. You know, we're going to draft a tight end in the 2nd round that people thought would go on day 3, and, you know, we'll show them. Some of the stuff with the roster building does have me a little bit concerned. They lose Devin Lloyd. They lose Travis Etienne. The Travis Hunter stuff is still very weird. We don't really know what's going to happen there. They say he's going to be primarily a cornerback, which makes sense considering they have 3 good receivers. So offensively, I think they'll be fun, especially with those receivers. Trevor finished 5th in MVP voting last year, had the best year of his career. So I think offensively they're going to be fun. Defensively, I do have questions in the secondary. What's that going to look like this season? It was kind of volatile last year to begin with. So I think that they'll certainly be fighting for a playoff spot. Jacksonville will be. I had them on the outside looking in terms of my like official predictions. Houston is that team, man, where defensively there's zero holes. That's the best defense in football. It just comes down to what is Stroud going to look like. We two very, very bad playoff games last year from CJ Stroud. And, it's how you leave them that people really remember. But during the regular season, I mean, he was largely fine. So if he can just be a fine quarterback, then they can make a run at the AFC title game. But if we see the same CJ Stroud show up in the playoffs that we did last year, then that's certainly going to put a ceiling on them and could make them consider looking elsewhere in 2027 for a quarterback. So Houston's my favorite in the division. Jacksonville kind of hovering. Not to be long-winded here, but every year we see one team that comes out of nowhere to make the postseason. I said the Titans were going to be that team this year. Really love the offseason they've had. Brought in a lot of new faces defensively, and John Franklin Myers, Alontae Taylor, Cordell Flott at corner. I think Robert Saleh is going to do a lot of really good things with that side of the ball. Brian Dable's a proven floor raiser when it comes to quarterbacks, and they have actual real receivers now. So Tennessee's another team that I think could surprise some folks this year.
Jared Bailey from SB Nation's on with us now. He's one of my favorite NFL follows on Twitter, at JBaileyNFL. And I'm not just saying that because he just waxed poetically about my Tennessee Titans, which is the first I've heard anyone wax poetically about them in the first time in a half decade. However, I do have to ask you this, Jarrett. If you're at halftime, the Super Bowl, and you're down big and you need a pump-up speech from a head coach, how many of the 32 NFL head coaches are you picking over John Harbaugh, the head coach of the New York Giants? It's the New York Giants. I mean, come on, guys. It's the New York Giants.
That clip, man. Like, from everything that happened with Jackson Dart already and all the internal drama there, then that clip, like, that team's going to win 6 games, maybe. Like, I have zero faith in the Giants whatsoever this year. And it's apples to oranges, but I could totally see them being this year's Raiders. I think they'll win more than 2 games or 3 games that Vegas won, but similar situation where, a proven veteran Super Bowl winning head coach goes elsewhere and there's high expectations and everything just falls apart. I think that is certainly more likely to happen than we see the Giants win the NFC East. It is an interesting team to say the least. But to answer your question, 30 maybe. I don't know if there is. I like watching that. I was like waiting for him to rise in cadence and whatnot and say something motivating, but all he did was just say the team that they are 7 times and called it a day. I was like, all right, John, what's the plan here, dude? That was my biggest takeaway from that.
Yeah, and then no player reaction whatsoever. He's like, a coach has been working hard. Isn't that right, coaches? And they're like, yeah. And it was very, very awkward, the entire thing. Jared Bailey from SB Nation joining us. One final one before we let you go. One of the big news items yesterday in the NFL. Look, I'm based in Kansas City, so we kind of expected this. But nationally, maybe people didn't expect it. That was that Patrick Mahomes was officially cleared to practice after the ACL and LCL injury. What is your expectation for him this year and this team? I'm always curious to get the outside perspective. I'm here every single day, and people maybe think I'm a homer or whatever, although I think they're more likely a wild card team than a true Super Bowl contender. How do you view them this year?
I think they're going to win the AFC West. I think they bounce back. I think bringing back Eric Bieniemy was the best thing that they could have done compared to what we saw offensively with Matt Nagy calling the shots. Running the ball is going to be a much bigger focal point. A lot of people outside Kansas City might not know this. Patrick Mahomes has never had a 1,000-yard rusher behind him. He got close with Pacheco back in 2023. I think he was at 940, 950. He's never had a 1,000-yard rusher. Think that changes this year with Kenneth Walker and then some. That's the biggest thing that they could have done to take the pressure off of him. There's a weird perception around Patrick Mahomes right now just because Kansas City missed the postseason last year. If you look at what he had to do for that team last year and his advanced metrics and whatnot, he's still awesome. And he's still the best quarterback in the NFL for my money. But when you're throwing to Tyquan Thornton and Juju Smith-Schuster, like there's only so much that he can do. So, Rashee Rice being back from everything that he had to deal with, both injury-wise and county jail-wise, that should help out their offense. We'll see what happens with Xavier Worthy and whatnot, but this is a team that should bounce back and win the AFC West. And I think that, they'll look a lot more like the Chiefs that we've grown accustomed to, compared to last year, where everything that could have went wrong did go wrong.
Jared, we do something called The List on this show that we do in usually the first hour, and it's something sports or non-sports that is bugging us. No, Austin doesn't know where I'm going with this. A while back, I was in Pittsburgh for the NFL draft. Had a great time in Pittsburgh, but I added an item from Pittsburgh, or a person from Pittsburgh, on the list. And so I'm just asking you, do you know anybody by the name of Vanessa that lives in Pittsburgh?
Ooh, good question. Good question.
Is this like a certain person on Twitter that is? No,
this was in person. I met Vanessa in person at a bar in Pittsburgh, and we added her to the list because she came up to me and my friends, and she said, "Oh, are you single?" Out of the blue. I didn't even make eye contact. She comes up to me, "Are you single?" I say, "Yes." She goes, "How old are you?" I tell her my age. She goes, "Do you live here?" I go, "No." She goes, "Okay, have a good night," and walks away. So she got added to the list.
That was the deal breaker.
If you know Vanessa. Yeah.
I don't think so. I knew one in college, but I don't think that she. That doesn't sound like the one I know. So I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna strong no that I know who this person is. But that's
all right. Well, if
that
you
is very
ever
funny.
Run into Vanessa in Pittsburgh, just know
you'll be the first person I contact as soon as I meet somebody named Vanessa. But I think I found her. She's giving off that kind of vibe. She might be the most famous person on this show, like even more than Alex and I. She is the most famous person on this show, Vanessa in Pittsburgh. So BetMGM Game Day is looking for her, and we will find her one day. There's got to be a way that we can bet on one of the three of us finding this person again in the wild.
That's right. That's right. You're the favorite. You're actually on the ground there, so you have better odds than we do.
I do have much better odds than either of you two.
Yeah, Jared Bailey at Jay Bailey NFL writer for SB Nation. Check out his show as well, host of the Pump Fake Pod with Todd Haley. Appreciate it, man.
All right, boys, take care.
There you go. Good stuff with Jared Bailey. I had it. You thought I was going to ask him to add something to the list, maybe, or something. I felt like it was the perfect opportunity. We had someone on from Pittsburgh.
No, I'm glad
he knows Vanessa.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did that. I thought you were gonna blast about me, adding the fact that everyone is going to just wax poetically about Patrick Mahomes before he ever even does anything on a football field this year. But the fact that you brought up Vanessa, I'm glad you did, because that is an important. Honestly, that might be the reason they paired us together on this show, because of important topics like that. To find Vanessa in Pittsburgh, we will find her if it's the last thing we do.
One day.
We don't need to know the Dominican model in Punta Cana that nearly kidnapped you. What we really need to find is Vanessa, because she will always be, forever be. I've been married it'll be 14 years next month. I've been married. Okay. I live vicariously through the love lives of the people around me. I kind of have to. And to me, Vanessa will always be the one that got away.
Yeah. Look, I'll tell you this. She's not going to ever try to find me. I'm worried about the Dominican model that might have tried to kidnap me still finding me someday. That's what I'm concerned about.
she's going to find your home address without question. Yeah. And she'll be sending you things way worse than a UFL Louisville Kings United Bowl Champs t-shirt like I did.
That's right. I do have both my kidneys still, thank goodness, after that interaction. All right, up next, let's get to the sounds of the week, including a couple of them down at SEC Media Days. That's next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. Use the token Add MLB Bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. And if you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars only from BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. You can always call or text in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. And again, interact there or on YouTube and Twitch. You can watch the show if you want to take part in the show that way. You can, of course, listen across the country on our affiliates. You can listen on the Odyssey app, of course, Westwood One Sports app, and on SiriusXM channel 375. It is that time of the show for us, though, to get some of the sounds of the week. And we start down at SEC Media Days. Brand new head coach for the Florida Gators, John Summerall. He was talking at the podium and got annoyed with the reporter.
Well, I'd say no two decisions are alike. You know, like Lane and I are friends, and Lane and I talked several times through the process of October, November about what it was looking like for both of our schedules of how things were going to unfold. You'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear. Like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, it drives me crazy. I would say, who is that? But I'm not going to embarrass anybody.
John Summerall calling out a reporter when their phone went off. I'll be honest, though, man. You and I have heard clips like this before. He at least handled it in a way more funny way. There's a couple coaches get legitimately turn jerky about it. He was basically like, it drives me crazy, but he was at least having fun with it and joking about it. John Summerall, I honestly hope he has a lot of success at Florida. I thought he's handled everything the right way when he left and then got the job at Florida. And I don't know if you remember, he and his wife had committed to donating a lot of money NIL back at his former school before he left. I don't know. I actually like John Summerall quite a bit, so I hope he has success there at Florida.
I'm not going to lie to you. That clip gave me PTSD, just from my freshman, sophomore year, being in the meeting room with Gary Pinkel, and if guys' phones went off, everyone, not just the person whose phone went off, everyone got scared. And yeah, so whenever a coach calls you out for having a phone go off in a team meeting, it is nightmare fuel.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, you're, of course, for those listening in the background there, Austin played college football and is the best athlete on the network, as he tells us all the time.
All right. No.
So,
no.
So
Austin
wanted
practiced
to give us
college football. I was a walk-on. It was there's two totally different things.
Were you on the roster at that school in Columbia, Missouri that hasn't won much ever?
Okay, I have 2 bowl rings, thank you. Yes.
Now you're here we go.
Independent. Well, if a Kansas guy is going to clap back at me for Mizzou football, I got to clap back. Independence Bowl champions, baby. Beat South Carolina and Steve Spurrier.
There you go. See, you still have the rings, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somewhere. I don't know where, but.
All right, let's stick with the SEC theme. SEC Network's Jordan Rogers talking about the expectations for Lane Kiffin.
I'm not going to beat around the bush. Lane Kiffin has to reach the national championship game or it's a failure. If he can't get further than he did at Ole Miss with more resources at LSU, then what are we even doing here? If you look at this roster, and I'm not even talking about how much money LSU is spending over the next 6 or 7 years, to field the 2026 version of LSU, they're spending over $100 million. That's $54 million to have Brian Kelly not coach them. That's $40 million plus to a roster that you accumulated talent through the NIL portal, and you have $13 million for Lane Kiffin. That's over $100 million. If you can't get further than Ole Miss did last year with a quarterback that nobody wanted that came from the FCS level, albeit he's a stud, love him. That was a great get by Ole Miss. But if you can't get that far, if not further, it's a failure. Not saying Lane Kiffin's job's in jeopardy if he doesn't reach the national championship, but it is national championship or bust. They have to get there with the roster that Lane Kiffin has accumulated. There's that much talent, and that's what the expectations are.
I don't disagree. I think every year Lane Kiffin's there is national championship or bust. And like he said, nobody's saying Lane Kiffin will lose his job if he doesn't get there in the first year. But I think it's fair. That's what you went to LSU to win championships and only championships, and the resources are there. Absolutely. You know how the pressure is at a school like that for a coach. So I actually don't disagree at all with what Jordan Rogers had to say.
Jordan Rogers just got a promotion at ESPN and ABC, and just got bumped up, and he's not going to be on as many SEC network games now. He'll be more primetime games, which good for him. I think he's terrific at what he does. I love that the first time we see him since that promotion, he's coming out swinging with a take this scorching hot. I don't fully disagree. I do think it is a little much to say it's national championship or bust in year one of Lane Kiffin. I think they just need to see an improvement from the Brian Kelly era of LSU.
Do you agree CFP though? Like, do you agree that it's college football playoff appearance
yes.
though, or bust?
I will. Yes, that I will say. I think it is CFP or bust, especially considering what he did with Ole Miss, which is a tier below in the college football, just a tier system. It is Ole Miss is not what LSU can be, and Lane Kiffin does have some expectations going in. I'm not going to say college football or bust, but I am going to say CFP and maybe even a CFP win or bust. Outside of that, I think it's a failure.
Yeah, we'll get into our college football previews, I know, as we get closer. Week 0 coming up, August 29th or so. And then we'll get into the week 1 of college football, give some of our predictions, CFP, and look at some of the betting markets. Because, look, I think Lane Kiffin and LSU is going to be pretty damn good this year. I also don't think I'm not picking them to win the national championship, but I understand the expectation to be that. And, they have to get to a college football playoff. It just doesn't make sense if you're Lane Kiffin, you leave Ole Miss, and then now you're going to not be in the CFP in year 1 with all the talent and resources you have there at LSU.
And I just want to, before we get out of here, I do want to shout out SEC Media Days, because SEC Media Days is essentially the golden corral for sports talk radio, right? It is just a buffet that we get to just feast on. With the number of clips that come out, everything that says. We didn't even get to Nick Saban or Greg Sankey, any of the clips that they said, which we will later on in the show, but it is a smorgasbord of great sound coming out of the SEC Media Days every single year.
No question. Greg Sankey, not happy he's not getting his way, and so threatening to leave the NCAA. Got a lot of thoughts on the commissioner of the SEC. Up next, though, we continue our NFL divisional previews. We head to the AFC North to talk about a couple of first-year head coaches and what kind of year could we see from Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
This is Westwood One Sports.
destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
1 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll get back into the SEC Media Days a little bit, including comments from Greg Sankey about perhaps splitting off from the NCAA. A, are we buying it? B, what would that actually look like? We'll get to that coming up in 20 minutes. We'll also certainly get back into LeBron James' decision yesterday. He said it's his last decision that he will make. He signed a 2-year deal for $8 million with the Philadelphia 76ers. We'll dive deeper into the betting odds over at our friends BetMGM Sportsbook and take a look at the Eastern Conference odds, also the NBA Finals odds, and what it means really for LeBron James and his legacy moving forward. You guys can interact 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910, and of course also on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM Tonight, and you can watch this show with Austin Huff and myself here on Westwood One Sports. So the NFL season is 6 weeks or so away. I think we're about 2 weeks away from the Hall of Fame game. Training camp is underway across much of the NFL, and we talked already about the breaking news involving Kyle Shanahan today, the reporting out from the Bay Area that he will not be at training camp initially due to a serious car accident he was in the middle of this month as he's recovering from that, still dealing with some concussion symptoms. We had a guest on last hour talking about the AFC North, which is fitting because today we continue our divisional previews, Austin, and we get to the North, and we all know this was a division won by the Pittsburgh Steelers last year. Nobody expected that. The Ravens got off that abysmal start. Cincinnati continued to have injury problems, missed the playoffs for a third straight year. That defense was abysmal. You got a Cleveland team that has a brand new head coach that might be starting Deshaun Watson week 1. How do you view this division where you look at BetMGM's odds and the Ravens are the favorite at -120? Cincy has the second best odds at +170. Pittsburgh's 5-1. And then if you want to throw some money away, Cleveland is 20-1.
Yeah, the AFC North is that meme of the dragons with the long necks, and all three of them are intimidating, and then there's that one that looks kind of cross-eyed with its tongue sticking out. That is the Cleveland Browns in this division. But I mean, you could argue that the Cleveland Browns might be the most fun team to watch, in the same way it's fun to watch a car wreck as you're passing on the highway, right? Like, as the same way, a train crash, like you want to just peer and view it and see what ends up happening at that quarterback position. I mean, they've got 17 quarterbacks in that quarterback room. Which one's going to start week 1? We don't know. That should be the reality show. Hey, Hard Knocks, don't go with Seattle Seahawks. Go with the freaking Cleveland Browns again and let us watch that play out. But I do think if we're starting from what I think is presumably the top of the division to the bottom, in Baltimore, that to me is like the biggest question mark. I think that is the first domino to fall because they've made a major shakeup, right? Like, they were a field goal away from making the playoffs last year, and they decided to hit the reset button on just about everything. And unlike the Patriots did back in the day where they chose their head coach over their quarterback, the Ravens are choosing their quarterback over their head coach. And they're saying, all right, Lamar, you are the guy to get us there. Take us there. And now they've got a whole new coaching, just a coaching staff in there. Are they going to basically take a step forward from what they were? Because they can't be as good as they were last year. They need to be better. That's why they did this. They were done with the John Harbaugh, good but not good enough era. If they're not better than they were last year, then it is a complete disaster, and it is a huge mistake on their end. And there are two other good teams in the division with the Steelers and Bengals that are very willing to take that AFC North crown. So I think that is the first domino that I think is the most, like, the linchpin for the rest of the division.
So Baltimore, my thing with them is I'm still trying to figure out why they are viewed as the favorite in the entire AFC. I get why they're the favorite in the AFC North, though. I mean, there's questions around every single team in what is going to be a very competitive division. Pittsburgh, we know the obvious question. It's a year older Aaron Rodgers. Mike McCarthy, I think the floor is raised but what's the ceiling? I think it's a fairly low ceiling for Mike McCarthy and the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think it's what they've been. It's like a 10-win type of team, but I also don't think they're bottoming out and winning 6. I think worst case scenario, they're an 8-win team. I think they're 8 to 10 win type of football team.
Sure.
Baltimore, look, I think Lamar will bounce back. I really do, but that wide receiver room still doesn't impress me all that much. Running backs eventually hit a wall. We keep saying it. Is it happening for Derrick Henry this year? I think there's a decent chance it does. It's a first-year head coach. I like the hire Jesse Minter, but I'm just giving you the reasons why I'm surprised that they're the favorite of the AFC. Not that I think they're going to be bad. I'm trying to figure out why on earth they're the favorite with all these questions that still exist for this football team. And John Harbaugh, yeah, it was time to move on from him. I have no issue with them deciding to part ways. What I think is a bit comical is this idea that they're just automatically going to be better with Jesse Minter,
right?
And better with him versus John Harbaugh. I think that's a big question mark. Cincinnati,
yeah,
massive questions there, right? Can Joe Burrow stay healthy? Zach Taylor, I don't think he'll be the head coach this time next year. Certainly, if they miss the playoffs, he won't be. And that defense, while I think it will be better, I like some of the additions. How much better is that defense actually going to be? But availability of Joe Burrow is still the number one question with the Cincinnati Bengals. We know the weapons that they have offensively. And then, Cleveland, I really don't need to spend a ton of time on them. First time head coach and Todd Monken going there. The quarterback situation's absolute mess. I do like the wide receiver room. They lose Myles Garrett. Cleveland's not going to factor in this division. If I had to make a bet on the division, though, just off of betting markets from a value perspective, I don't think Pittsburgh's terrible value at 5-1 because I don't think anybody's running away with this division. So from betting only, Pittsburgh at 5-1, I like it. If the odds were not a factor and everybody was even money, then I would probably bet on Cincinnati in this particular division.
Yeah, no, I think that's the safest bet, which is wild to say that a 51-year-old starting quarterback in Pittsburgh is the safest bet. But I mean, if you think about it, Mike McCarthy is a proven winner. He's guaranteed for at least 10 wins a season. The Pittsburgh Steelers franchise is always in that 7 to 10 win range every year, under Tomlin. So it probably won't be much different with McCarthy. But I don't think you can you can't stress enough just the remark you made earlier about a coaching staff. Bringing in a new coaching staff is not a surefire guarantee. That, to me, that is that can sway your team to greatness, or it can do the exact opposite, which we don't tend to bank on a lot of times. It could be awful, especially a first-time head coach in Jesse Minter. And that's where I think Baltimore is hung up. I don't think you can put all your eggs in Baltimore's basket and say, yeah, they're for sure going to be better next year because they got John Harbaugh out of the way. John Harbaugh, even though he wasn't able to get over the hump, he was still a very good head coach. He had those Baltimore teams competitive for years. Jesse Minter, we don't know what he can be as a head coach. He could be an Arthur Smith, right? Where a coordinator goes to become a head coach and their teams just suck. In fact, we see more of that than we do the latter, you just cannot stress enough just how much a coaching staff can sway a season. And I think that is the reason why you just cannot bet on the Baltimore Ravens to be back. They're for sure going to be back in the playoffs. We don't know. And that's why I think the Steelers are the safest bet, just because of the experience they have at the most important positions.
Look, I think Baltimore will be a playoff team. Let me be clear. I think they're a playoff team. My issue is I truly don't get why they're not just in their division. In the entire AFC, I don't get why they're the favorite. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe that speaks to the issues across the entire AFC, but that's the part that is kind of odd to me. Now, how about win totals? Let's take a look over at BetMGM. Ravens over-under win total 11.5. Cincinnati over-under win total 10.5. Steelers over-under win total is 8.5. And then the Cleveland Browns over-under is 5.5. This probably won't surprise you based on the conversation we just had. I like the Steelers over 8.5 wins quite a bit if I had to make a bet in this division for a win total. I think the floor is pretty damn high with Mike McCarthy, even if I think the ceiling is low. So if I had to bet a win total in this division, one of them that I really like would be over 8.5 wins. I think Pittsburgh can at least be a 9-win football team with Aaron Rodgers, with the wide receiver room that they have. and still having, a player like TJ Watt on the defensive side of the ball, to me, that still has another good year or two left of being a dominant pass rusher in this league. So that's an over-under I like. And then the tricky one to me is Cincinnati's win total at 10.5, because that is strictly based on, do I believe Joe Burrow can finally be healthy? Because if you guarantee me Burrow's playing 17 games, well then, yeah, I think they're an 11-win football team. I think that offense, the defense will improve just enough. But the big wild card is Joe Burrow always seems to have something pop up and ends up missing a couple of games or a half of a season.
Yeah, I don't think we can it can't be talked about enough just how bad that Bengals defense was last year. Like, they were 31st in total yards per game. They were dead last in rush yards allowed per game and 30th in points per game. Like, they were at the bottom of the entire league. If they could even just jump up 10 spots, maybe 15 spots to be in the middle of the league. And like you said, you can keep Joe Burrow on the field. You're right. I think they're a threat to win the division and potentially make a run in the playoffs. It's a big if, mainly because we just haven't seen it yet. Like, Joe Burrow, and I mean, you could say the same for, Lamar has had his health issues too. Like, but none more than Joe Burrow. If you can keep him on the field, that defense should be better. It's hard. They're not going to be worse. That's for sure. Then yeah, I do think that they are, they are a team to be reckoned with in the division, but without Joe Burrow, I mean, you're right. Like, you're not going to do that. Was Jake Browning still the backup there? Like, I don't think that's
I think Flacco's there, right?
Just not a threat. Oh yeah, Flacco, right? Shout out Netflix's quarterback series, right? Like, I just feel like it's it's not happening without Joe Burrow there in Cincy.
Do you think Zach Taylor's the head coach by the time we get to the offseason?
You said it earlier. If they don't make the playoffs, he's not. I fully agree with that. I think he is I mean, if it was growing thin in Baltimore with John Harbaugh, and John Harbaugh won a Super Bowl, granted Zach Taylor went to a Super Bowl, but I just feel like Zach Taylor has it's been more let down than overachieving in Cincinnati. And so if they don't make the playoffs this year, I do not think Zach Taylor is a head coach next year. It's too short of a leash. You have these windows, right? You've got these windows. It's the same thing in Buffalo. That's why Sean McDermott's not there anymore. Like, you have these windows with these young, talented quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. And between the three of them, they have one Super Bowl appearance. That's not even a win. So, like, it is, I do think that people are saying, like these teams are saying, we don't know if we're going to get a generational talent at quarterback. And all three of those guys are generational talents at quarterbacks. I'm not going to succumb to the ring culture that we've got in sports. Well, none of them have a ring, so they're not great. No, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow are all very great quarterbacks. But because they don't have a ring, the jobs around those guys are going to fall by the wayside until they can eventually get over the hump, if they can ever do it.
Yeah, you bring up windows. I know you were talking about it in terms of the coaches, but it got me thinking as we're sitting here. What do you think the window is for Lamar Jackson to win a ring, for Josh Allen to win a ring, for Joe Burrow to win a ring? Because typically we always say, hey, when you got quarterbacks at that level, you always got a shot, right? They're the great quarterbacks in these leagues. We're talking about all of them are top 5 quarterbacks in the National Football League. And I think we both agree with that. But there is also still a difference, and we don't have the answer to it. And I was going actually back and forth in our group chat yesterday with Grant, one of our producers behind the scene yesterday, just about the windows for Lamar and for Josh Allen, because we have not had an era in the NFL with multiple dual threat type of quarterbacks. Nobody's saying, like, of course, John Elway was mobile. I'm talking about Mahomes is kind of dual threatish. Lamar obviously is. Josh Allen runs more than any of them. We haven't seen, how do these quarterbacks play when they're 35 and later? We haven't had a stretch of this many quarterbacks that we view as top 5 quarterbacks. What are they going to be at 35 if they do play when they're 40? And so I believe if you're Josh Allen if you're Lamar Jackson, to me, if you don't win one in the next 2 to 3 years, I don't believe they get one, Austin, because then there's a next crop of young quarterbacks. There's some kid playing high school football right now that in 6 years is gonna be drafted high, and we're gonna be talking about being one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. Like I just think not that they can't win games still and they're gonna fall off a cliff, but to win a Super Bowl, the way Josh Allen plays and how beat up his body will get as he gets older and older, how will he adapt? Can he adapt? Same with Lamar. I think the Ravens and Buffalo have to get to a Super Bowl and win one in the next 2 to 3 years. Otherwise, I don't think it's happening.
Yeah. When I think of Lamar Jackson, I think of Mike Vick, and he did have a little bit of life breathed back into him late in his career, especially in his days in Philly, because of Andy Reid. He was paired with Andy Reid, and Andy Reid he does that with quarterbacks, right? We've seen it time and time again. Like he just makes quarterbacks better, and he did with Michael Vick. If Lamar, as he gets older, his legs are going to go. He's not going to be able to make the plays with his legs that he does, which is one of the reasons what makes him such a great quarterback. Don't get me wrong. He's got an incredible arm, but he's nothing without his legs. So, like, will there be a coach that will be able to Andy Reid his career the same way Andy Reid did with Mike Vick and make him just an even better passer? I don't know. If not, I think you're right. I think his window is maybe the first to shut. And keep in mind, like, there are great NFL quarterbacks that didn't win a ring until way late in their career. John Elway is a prime example. He didn't win until his final 2 years in the league, right? Matthew Stafford didn't win until late in his career. So I'm not ready to shut the windows on any of those three guys yet, but like it is one of those things where it's like you don't, especially with a guy like Joe Burrow.
It's not going to get easier.
Keep him. Yeah, and you don't know if you're going to get him on the field for an entire season, right? Like, so that makes these it does make like kind of a win now mentality for all of these NFL franchises, and it makes it hard, when you've got, guys like Tom Brady or guys like Patrick Mahomes that they are just winning, they're winning, and like you have to essentially go through them to get there. There's just it's so much pressure. I don't envy the fact of anyone that is in an NFL front office, especially with one of these generational talents at quarterback. But yeah, you really do have to strike while the iron is hot, and there aren't many quarterbacks outside of those four guys that are hotter than them.
And I also think, the possibility moving forward of just the legacy aspect is interesting to me. Look, out of all the guys we just mentioned, other than Mahomes, we're just talking about Lamar, Burrow, and Allen here. Of course, Burrow's the only one of the group that has been to a Super Bowl, but he hasn't been in the playoffs in 3 years. Right now, Joe Burrow's trending to be Dan Marino, a guy that's going to be in the Hall of Fame because he's great, but one trip to the Super Bowl, and that's it. I mean, it's early for that, but like that's to me where Joe Burrow is trending. If they don't get this thing corrected quickly, this is a massive year for that. And then the other guys, of course, Josh Allen and Lamar haven't even been to a Super Bowl yet. So all it takes is one appearance to change the entire narrative. Hell, Josh Allen hasn't even made a Super Bowl, and Mahomes is a 6-1 quarterback one year, and now people want to say Josh Allen's the best quarterback in football. So people love to switch stuff up after one particular year. I think, all those guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame when it's all said and done, though.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I mean, going back to what we were saying about, changing out your entire coaching staff, two of those three guys have entirely new coaching staffs this year. And we do not. I mean, the Bills, they could be terrible. The Ravens, they could end up being terrible just based off of their change. I don't think they will be, but it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
With the brand new coaching staffs. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, like it is. We've seen stranger things happen when brand new coaching staffs come in, and because it completely changes everything. And if one of those teams starts 1-3 or 0-4 out the gate, like that could set the tone for the rest of the season. I don't think they will, but like. And then next year, if the Bengals are not able to capitalize on this upcoming season, Zach Taylor, that's probably another coaching staff that is completely changed out. And you're gonna keep seeing this. You're gonna keep seeing the changing of the tires to get the engine to run. And that's what these teams are doing because they feel the pressure of winning now while the windows are still open.
Little look at the AFC North, and obviously we're talking about some of the top quarterbacks in the NFL as well here on Westwood One Sports. Up next, though, let's get back down to the SEC Media Days, which took place this week. A lot of comments that had some, I think, long-lasting implications for the collegiate game, and that is starting with Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner. We'll get to what he had to say about separating from the NCAA, and how about former Alabama head coach Nick Saban talking about other conferences and what championships mean or don't mean. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Call and text line 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. The SEC held its media days this week, and we already played some of the sound from the week, including a couple of funny moments involving John Summerall, the head coach there at Florida. But on a more serious note, I think with some of the conversations and comments that were made by Greg Sankey and Nick Saban, former Alabama head coach, around where we're at in college sports and how we talk about these conferences, who's really in charge right now. And in particular, I don't know about you, Austin, I sense that the SEC is dominant as they had been, and they're still clearly one of the top conferences. I think they're number 2 right now. They don't like being number 2, and they can't stand that they don't get to run things the way they did 5 to 10 years ago. Now the Big Ten is a bit more positioned to do so with the championships. However, Nick Saban doesn't think the championships tell the full story.
Whoever wins a national championship doesn't define who has the best conference. Mm-hmm. I think the best conference gets defined by how many good teams do you have from top to bottom, and I think the SEC has a lot of good teams from top to bottom. I do think that the Big Ten has had 3 really, really good football teams. I mean, Michigan had a great team, beat us in overtime in the playoffs, 3 years ago. Ohio State, Indiana, they had really, really good teams. We continued last year. We had 5 teams in the playoffs, as an SEC conference, which says that there's pretty good depth in this league. And a couple other teams, Vanderbilt and Texas, could have got in. So there's a lot of good teams in the SEC. I think every coach is trying to get his team to play at the highest level possible and hopefully get the best results possible. And if that leads to a championship, that's the ultimate goal. But I don't think they feel pressure just because somebody else won a couple championships.
So that was Nick Saban. What do you make of it? You're shaking your head.
It's very funny. It's very funny that it was for years that it was the SEC is the most dominant conference just because look at all the national championships that they win. Never mind the fact that they were all won by just about, a rotation of 2, maybe 3 teams. But aside from that, the rest of the conference was so much better because of the national championships. And now that not only the SEC is not winning those national titles, they're not even in the national title games to lose. Now, all of a sudden, that doesn't make the conference. You have to look at the conference top to bottom. It's like, okay, all right, well, let's look at the conference top to bottom. Last year, or in 2025, the SEC went head-to-head against, let's say, the Big Ten, because we all agree, right? The Big Ten is the best conference in football right
Absolutely.
now. It's not even a question, right? 3, it's not even just that they've won the last 3 national titles. It's been 3 different teams that have won the national title. So that kind of goes against what Saban has said about the best conference from top to bottom. I mean, it's been 3 different teams. When the SEC was winning all their titles, it was mainly just a rotation of Alabama and Georgia. But in the last year alone, in bowl season, the SEC was 1-3 against the Big Ten. Okay, that is. And that one win was against a Michigan team that was kind of going through some things this offseason, if you remember, with some head coaching changes and everything, but bowl games don't matter, as SEC fans will tell you whenever they have a bad record. So let's go to the regular season. They were 3-4 against the Big Ten. It's funny if the SEC was as dominant as Nick Saban claims it was, the middle teams, the scheduling of the SEC is so hard. Wouldn't that be at very least a winning record, let alone it is a losing record to the Big Ten? So it's just funny how we kind of pick and choose these arguments. Look, is the Big 12, is the Big Ten from top to bottom dominant? No, I think we all agree the Purdues of the world are not necessarily, the Wisconsins aren't that great right now. But you could say the exact same thing about the SEC, right? The Mississippi States of the world are not, turning heads on Saturdays. The Kentucky even, like, it is for the Nick Saban to try and claim that the conference is still as dominant as it once was is simply just not true. It's not even just, picking and choosing numbers. It's the eye test. I mean, like we've seen it. Alabama got their doors kicked in by one of the losingest programs in college football history in Indiana at the Rose Bowl this past year. There's just a difference now, and the wealth has been spread out throughout college football. The SEC isn't even in the top isn't in the top of the recruiting world anymore. I believe they only have 2 of the top 7 teams in recruiting in college football. It used to be 5 of the top 7 were SEC teams in recruiting, but now the wealth is being spread, and it's a new day, and it's time to accept it. What is that? Isn't that the first step in every 12-step program? Is just accepting the fact. It's a new era in college football, and the SEC is not going to have. I don't think any conference will have the run that the SEC had over those years. So you can hang your hat on that if you want to, but it's just not. Like, if you're still clamoring onto the hope, that's like Cardinals fans still clinging to the fact that they've got 11 World Series titles. Yeah, you haven't won one since 2011 though, right? It's time to move on, turn the page, and accept where we're at today.
Yeah, look, Nick Saban, of course, can be an advocate for the SEC. Nobody's surprised by that, given his time spent in that conference and what he's meant to that conference. But you can just tell how much it bugs anybody involved in the SEC that they know they're not the best conference anymore, and so they are moving the goalposts and trying to find different ways to calculate why they're a better conference than others. And look, it might shift back to the SEC at some point, but you're right about the wealth being spread out, and that's all in large part due to NIL and the transfer portal. Indiana, Greg Sankey, Kurt Signetti is a hell of a football coach, but he doesn't turn around Indiana as quickly as he does without NIL and transfer portal. That's not me knocking what he accomplished, but the reality is that happens because of where we're at, and it makes it easier to shift quickly, and that's what's happened in the Big Ten. And so when we do look at the recruiting, ultimately, which is still the lifeblood of these programs, even though the transfer portal is so significant now, yeah, there more and more talent is considering the Big Ten, not just Ohio State. Now they're considering the Indianas. They're always considering Michigan. But now look what happened at Vanderbilt, who has ridiculously high academic standards, but still look what they were able to do. And Tennessee, the talent that Tennessee brought in down in the SEC. Look at those 2 schools and then match it up with their peers in the Big Ten. The gap is not what it was 5 to 7 years ago. So I think Nick Saban's comments are one thing. And then how about Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC? He was talking about what's going on with this Protect Sports Act, whatever it's called up in D.C. in Congress that they're debating right now, to try to have some sort of guidelines and guardrails around NIL and where we're at with collegiate eligibility. The SEC doesn't like the way that's going. So here's what Greg Sankey had to say.
So you phrased the question of how real. So I'll take that as like real or not real. So they're real. People have talked about that. They've opined about the frustrations that bring them to the point of saying we should look at something significantly different. I do not believe that is a leverage point. I think that's just honest communication. I would prefer that to stay in a meeting room or on a video conference and not be part of the D1 ticker the next morning. But I don't control all of that. And what I think is important is those comments represent a high level of frustration with the circumstance in which we find ourselves. We have regulated ourselves more aggressively than other colleagues by choice across our league. We've had different academic eligibility restrictions in the past. So we've had different transfer restrictions. So some of what you hear comes out of a culture that we can regulate ourselves. The frustration that exists is when you go to a meeting 8 years ago, we want to change the volunteer coach rule in a Division I setting, and the Division I membership can't see their way through change, and so that creates risk.
Okay, so let me be clear to start things off. We all agree the NCAA has plenty of problems. It's a joke. They've created a lot of this mess themselves. All right, we all are on the same page there. However, the SEC trying to suggest that it's not a leverage play, that they're serious about breaking away because they don't like where things are trending and they've been able to handle it themselves. And now that the government might get involved. And look, trust me, I don't, in general, I don't want the government involved in my sports. However, I think we've crossed the point where it has to happen now because of, again, the NCAA's own doing. But the SEC, go ahead and try this on your own. Unless you tell me the Big Ten's breaking off with you, good luck. I don't think it's going to happen, but good luck breaking away from the NCAA. I know the college football playoff is not run by the NCAA, but will they let you, will the other conferences let you join their playoff, even if it's not the NCAA? What about March Madness? The NCAA is not letting you in anymore if you're not part of the NCAA. So what, you're going to do your own tournament? We're going to get sick pretty quick of watching the same 16 teams play each other over and over for an SEC title in football. I'm just telling you, unless you live in SEC country, I think this would backfire in a massive way. Look what happened with Live Golf. They thought they could steal away, break away, and they'd take over. That lasted about 4 years, 3 years, if I'm giving them too much credit. The SEC, they would need another conference to break away with them for it to actually work.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Alex, but I'm not printing out my bracket for the SEC tournament at Bridgestone Arena every March the way I am with March Madness. So, no, and Greg Sankey did kind of walk back the comments a little bit on Wednesday and basically said they're not focused on breaking away from the NCAA, but to, quote, make the system better. And look, I think we all agree that the system needs to be better. I think that is one universal bipartisan issue that we can all get behind. But if the SEC really thinks that they could break away, yeah, they could. 5 years ago, back when it was worth something to do something. But it is, in today's landscape of college football, if the SEC wants to take their ball and go, I don't think anyone would care. I don't think anyone would stop them. In fact, I think SEC fans would probably be frustrated with that, because then you're essentially starting your own league. And hand raised, I am the biggest fan of the lesser-known football leagues around the world, right? Obviously, I just gifted Alex a UFL United Bowl Champions T-shirt for the Louisville Kings, all right, as he's proudly rocking today. And even I would be like, yeah, the SEC football, if it broke away and became its own league, it would just be another UFL. AAFL. Remember the was it the AAFL, I believe?
Yeah, the Alliance of whatever football.
Yeah, of American football. Yes. It would just be another one of those. And the threat is just not there anymore. Like, it's not as big as it once was. If, you know, the powers of the Big Ten and even like the Big 12 and even the Pac-12 is going to be making a comeback soon. Like, it's just not, the threat doesn't hold weight. This feels like a kid that's growing up at his parents' house. If you threaten to run away from home while you're living with your parents will probably take that pretty seriously, right? Like, they're like, no, like let's fix this, let's make this better. I don't want you running away from home. But if you go off to college and you leave the house and you come back to move in with your parents at the age of 32 years old, and then you threaten to run away from home, your parents can be like, fine. That's essentially where we're at college football. The SEC is the 32-year-old living in their parents' house, and they're threatening to run away from home. Okay, go. Run away. It probably, maybe it would actually make things better and easier for the rest of us, because you will quickly see that it will not work. I'm pretty sure there's a pretty big moment in history when the South tried to succeed from the rest of the country at one point, and that essentially had the same outcome as you will have if you try and do the exact same.
Yeah. Did not work out well for the South. It will not work out for the Southeastern Conference if, in fact, they choose to do this at some point in the near future, which I don't think, and neither do you actually think, is going to happen anyway. But they're just not happy because they're not getting their way anymore, and they don't control it as much as they did 5+ years ago. All right, coming up next, though, we saw the massive success of the World Cup in the United States. How much sooner now will we get it than we thought? And we'll take a look at some of the numbers with that next here on Westwood One Sports.
Patriot breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We all love the sound of the crack of the bat hitting the baseball. That's also a sound of the reward being dropped into your account over at BetMGM. You can take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward. Depending on whether your hit was a single, whether it was a double, triple, home run, the game exclusively available at BetMGM, and it's simple how it works. You play as the batter, select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token over on BetMGM. Check out the BetMGM app. I have definitely played that game before. They had a basketball version as well. It's kind of addicting. You just log in every day. Takes 2 seconds. You go and you swing a bat, and you see if you don't cash in a little bit over at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. You guys can watch the show. Don't forget over on YouTube and Twitch as well. Interact in the chat. We'll keep an eye on that on top of course, the call and text line, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Austin was
I know we want
during the break. Filling me during the break.
Yeah.
You know, the United Football League season is over. He bought me a championship shirt. I appreciate that. He knows how much I did like
rocking
the
it
updates.
right now.
And now you're trying to give me flag football updates. No. We're not doing
All
this.
right.
We're not doing this. The NFL
flag
training
football's
camps
on
are underway.
ESPN right now. Yeah, but it's the only thing on ESPN right now. So I'm watching some flag football, some teenagers. There was an egregious pass interference call just moments ago that really put the Ravens flag football team on the doorstep. They're playing, I believe, the Falcons flag football team, and it was an egregious call. It was a great defensive play, and the flag flew, and I was like, what was that flag even for? Of course, pass interference, and it put them on the doorstep. Which I'm
shocked.
Okay, all right.
I'm shocked.
I like football.
I'm shocked.
So sue me.
I'm shocked the officiating isn't up to par in the NFL's flag football league as well.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like the NFL. It's probably the same refs. Real quick before we get into World Cup and the massive ratings that it pulled in, I did see this, that Arizona State University is now offering a degree in becoming an influencer.
Yeah. It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
It's not just now, because there's kids nowadays. In fact, I talked to a kid the other, like within the last couple of weeks. She's like, yeah, I want to be an influencer when I get older. And it's like, okay, that's what they want to do with their lives. Now Arizona State is making that a reality by offering a degree in it. As much as I want to knock this, if I was in college, Arizona State would shoot to the top of my list because that sounds like the easiest degree in the world.
Oh, I mean, one, it'd be a great place to go to school anyway. That's a great college town to begin with. But also, I read this yesterday, and it mentioned that basically their final project is you have to get a certain amount of followers by the end of your degree. Your big project is how can you make sure you build a following or whatever. Look, you and I work in radio. It's a different extent, but you and I obviously do, endorsements for companies locally, nationally, whatever. And, it's on sometimes our personal social media accounts, which is somewhat the influencer path. It's just a different way of looking at it. Obviously, there's some people out there make a great living. I guess my concern with this would be influencers that actually make a legitimate living to support themselves. That's still got to be a pretty small number, right? I know there's plenty that we all know the big names, right?
Yeah.
I Show Speed is out here making millions of dollars. It's those are the exceptions.
Yeah, right.
There's those are the exceptions. 50 million followers or whatever. What about the person that has 15,000 followers, calls themselves an influencer, and is making $10,000 a year?
Right. And yeah, you have to be making some pretty good coin to quit your day job and to, do it full time. And look, people do it, but it's very hard. And with more people getting to do it, and a state university opening up their doors to get a degree in that field, it's only going to open up the floodgates for people wanting to break into that industry. It's going to be one of the most difficult industries to break into. Come on over to radio. Come into radio where it's a lot easier to make it. If obviously I have made it this far, that should prove to you just how easy of an industry it is.
I was getting ready to say, look, I spent I got a journalism degree and spent a ton of money just to do what I do for a living, which is talk and blab. I can't imagine going to Arizona State being $90,000 in debt into being an influencer afterwards. I thought the journalism path was bad enough.
Think about how many makeup products you'd have to push just to get out of your student debt.
No kidding, man. And look, Arizona State, it'd be a beautiful place to go to school. I'm sure somebody listening is a grad from there, but yeah, influencer program. It kind of reminds me too of, I don't know if it's not a big deal, but probably 10 years ago it was a big deal when some schools were starting their esports programs. You remember that? And I played video games as a kid, and I'm like, where was this when I was a kid? And now it's not a big deal. There's esports programs, and there's people out there making, great money playing video games. But again, you got to be at the top of your craft in order to really make a good living from that.
Right. Yeah. Back when we were growing up, our parents would just blast us for being on our video game consoles so long. Nowadays, kids could be like, I'm training for my career, Mom. And there's nothing really the parents can say nowadays.
No, not at all. So yeah, I did see that interesting stuff out of Arizona State. Well, we mentioned the World Cup though, just real quick. The numbers are out. The World Cup, we knew it was a success, but how about the numbers? Fox's English language broadcast averaged 38.94 million viewers, peaked at near 52 million, which shattered the old mark for telecasts in this country. The combined figure of the Spanish language side as well now ranks as the largest American television audience since the Super Bowl in February, the biggest non-NFL sports audience since 1994 Olympics. It could not have been more successful for this country. Fox, is excited about it. And it feels like we're getting this thing in 2038 again, man. Way quicker than we all thought.
Yeah, I do think being here stateside did help the popularity of it, people wanting to tune in. I wonder if we'll be able to replicate those numbers next year when it is out in, the Middle East or wherever it's going to be.
Europe and stuff.
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know what was going on at those 94 Winter Olympics where they pulled in such good ratings. Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, the Olympics, those ratings have tanked since, man. Like the Olympics used to be massive, and now I don't know if it's because social media clips we can all get. It's just nobody pays as much attention to the Winter Olympics or any Olympics as we used to. All right, up next though, people were paying attention to what LeBron was going to do. We now know he's headed to the Philadelphia 76ers. What does it mean for the Eastern Conference odds? That's coming up next year on
This is Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
2 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. This is BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you again. Also on the Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, SiriusXM channel 375. You can also watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. Coming up in 20 minutes, Gina Mizell from the Philadelphia Inquirer going to join us to talk more about how they're feeling in Philadelphia. I would imagine they're feeling amazing today after LeBron James made his announcement yesterday that he is joining the 76ers. They instantly become one of the must-watch teams in the NBA next year, one of the co-favorites or close to co-favorites, I should say, over at BetMGM to win the Eastern Conference. So we'll get her perspective on the 76ers and what it means for that city and what the expectation is for LeBron James. How will fans treat LeBron if, in fact, they don't reach an NBA Finals, win a championship? So that's coming up in just a little bit. You guys can always call or text in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. So LeBron James signs a 2-year contract worth $8 million, very team-friendly. We knew that was going to be the case no matter where he signed. Philadelphia was not the favorite destination by any means. In fact, Austin, we got an update since we last talked about this, according to Rich Paul, that the team he was most considering other than the 76ers was not the Miami Heat. If you believe this, it is the Golden State Warriors. That was the team he was narrowly about to pick and join up with Steph Curry and Kevin Durant out there, or Steph Curry, I should say, in Golden State, maybe Anthony Davis if they could have pulled off a trade. Does that make sense to you? Do you believe that that was his second choice?
Honestly, no. But what's down is up and what's left is now right. Like, nothing makes sense anymore after he picked the 76ers, because I think myself, as well as 300 million other Americans, did not believe that Philadelphia was going to be the landing spot for LeBron James. I think, if anything, it was probably the reverse order I had it. I had Philadelphia at number 4. I had Golden State at 3, and then an interchangeable 1 and 2 between Cleveland and Miami. In fact, I thought he was going to end up in Miami just based off of his familiarity there, their championship culture that they've done, multiple times. Miami has stayed relevant and in championship in NBA Finals since LeBron has left. So winning is just a part of the DNA in Miami. And now that they've got Giannis, I thought, okay, it's gonna be the perfect partnership. Hand raised. I, like just about everyone else on the internet, and this from Freezing Cold Takes, they were having a field day. I'm sure they've got probably sitting today out with a sore thumb with the number of retweets they had to bust out yesterday. But I stand by this. I don't think any of those takes are freezing cold takes, because I don't think there was a person in America that thought LeBron James would be a Philadelphia 76ers or a Philadelphia 76er on July 25th, 2026. So I don't count any of those takes that Freezing Cold Takes retweeted yesterday as cold takes, because nobody believed it. And it's wild that this is now the reality. And we talk about LeBron James and his legacy, and now, this is now going to be his 4th team. And if he's able to win, and he's admitted that he chose Philadelphia because he feels like it gives him the best shot to win, it would be him winning a title with every team he has played for, which is just an insane accomplishment. But I think the real MVP, the real GOAT in all of this is Bob Myers. Bob Myers, the former GM of the Golden State Warriors. Bob Myers, who you've seen on ABC and ESPN NBA coverage for a number of years. Bob Myers, the president of the Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment Group, which owns the 76ers, landing LeBron James. I mean, this was the president of basketball operations and GM for the Warriors that won in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2022. And now he's going to a market like Philadelphia with a team like the 76ers, who has not made an Eastern Conference Finals since 2001. And now he lands the oldest and best player in the sport. Well, or, oldest and, best player of all time, I guess I should say. Maybe not currently, but he is still a top 30 player in the league. And you pair him with Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey and literally the star power that you already have. I mean, Bob Myers is not getting near enough credit for pulling this off. Just a few years removed from winning all of those titles in Golden State. The dude is doing it from coast to coast. Bob Myers, man, hat tip to you, dude. You just keep winning everywhere you go.
He does deserve a ton of credit, and the expectation is going to be that they win, and we'll talk about those expectations in a second. But it all started, as you said, with the Jason Tatum move, and oddly enough, the Boston Celtics trading. And at the time, we didn't think it made sense trading Jaylen Brown to a rival in Philadelphia, and now it backfired even more because now it led to LeBron going there. LeBron doesn't go to Philly, of course, without Jaylen Brown getting traded to Philadelphia. So this huge trickle-down effect is pretty wild to think about. I also, the moving around, the ring chasing argument that people will use against LeBron because they're trying to prop up Michael Jordan. And look, that debate, we don't need to have it. It's been done 1,000 times, and it doesn't really interest me anymore, honestly, at this point in time. And we can do that when LeBron officially retires if we want. But if he actually wins, to me, that should cancel out some of those that want to argue and use it as a negative that LeBron has bounced around. If he wins in Philadelphia, as you said, which would mean he has won everywhere he has been, that to me is something you should get credit for, not downgraded for. Now, he enters an organization, though, because of that very thing versus going to Miami versus going to Cleveland where he's already won. If he does not win in Philadelphia, it is going to be something people use against him quite a bit. And so he added a lot more pressure for his final year, what we think will be his final year in the NBA, by going to a place where he hasn't won yet. And that's the part that was more surprising than anything. It's why I didn't think he was going to go to Philadelphia. To me, the Sixers are clearly a better choice than Golden State, though. Would I have loved to see LeBron on the same floor other than the Olympics with Steph Curry? Yeah, absolutely. But in the Western Conference, LeBron and the Warriors were not winning the Western Conference, let alone winning the NBA Finals. I'm sorry. There's just too much talent with OKC, obviously San Antonio, and then let's not forget, I'm still not out on the potential of a team like the Lakers even being better, we think, next year, even without LeBron. So to me, Golden State was a ways behind everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like the East is going to be a breeze either, especially with a team like this. Is the 76ers, it cannot be understated enough. This is a franchise that has never had any expectations whatsoever, even through the entire trust the process Daryl Morey era of that franchise. They've never had any expectations, and now they have literally all of the expectations. If I'm the New York Knicks, hell, this might be the best signing in New York Knicks history because it takes off all of the pressure of them to repeat, because now everyone is going to be chalking up LeBron and the 76ers as the soon-to-be NBA champions, or at very least Eastern Conference champions. But again, the Sixers have not been in the Eastern Conference Finals since 2001. LeBron is basically going to have to do it. If he can pull it off, even with that, as good as that roster is, he deserves all of the credit in the world for turning a historically bad franchise into a champion, which he did in Cleveland already. And now he would be doing it on the tail end. He'd be bookending his career with, championships by historically bad franchises. So I do have to give him credit, but there's a lot of pressure for him to do that at a market and a franchise that has had very little success, and it's gonna be interesting. And now this kind of is the linchpin that we've been waiting for. It's the ripple effect. We talked earlier about how Adam Silver said he was waiting for the schedule release to wait to see where LeBron goes, which, I mean, maybe he shouldn't have said out loud, but it is smart business practice for him to do that. But now, what does this mean for James Harden? Are they going to go back in on the Cavs going to go back in on James Harden? Are the Warriors going to re-sign Draymond Green? Who are the Heat going to get to pair up with Giannis?
Yeah.
There's so many more dominoes left to fall, and everyone was kind of waiting for LeBron to make that decision. And when he did, now it's like, okay, what is going to – now the rest of the NBA can kind of go to work on their offseason.
Yeah, and we still haven't had the outcome, remember, of the Clippers-Raptors trade and what the league's going to decide there with Kawhi Leonard, right? Unless I missed something. I haven't seen an update on where that's at from the last time we talked about that on the show, and whether or not a suspension is going to happen. That trade's on hold, and that has a trickle-down effect. You got players that don't know even where they're potentially going to live next year because they don't know if they're living in Toronto or they're living out in LA. So that's the next big thing. And then, with this Sixers team, what do you think if it doesn't work? And again, by it doesn't work, I'm talking about not even making it to a finals. What do you think is the reason? Is it as simple as there's still some old beat up bodies, Joel Embiid, LeBron James, those guys just don't stay healthy and it falls apart? And yeah, Maxey and Edgecombe and Jaylen Brown are good enough to make the postseason and win a playoff series or two, but to get to a finals, to get past the Knicks, or if the Celtics are a factor again, the Pistons, etc., LeBron and Joel Embiid have to be a factor there. But if those guys just aren't healthy, is that the answer?
Yeah, honestly, I think that is the biggest deterrent. Father Time is undefeated, and I feel like with a guy, as old as LeBron, what can we expect out of him? Can we continue to expect 30 points a game, 25 points a game out of him? We don't know. I mean, I still think LeBron James is is the Derrick Henry of the NFL. Every year we say, oh, well, he's not going to be able to continue it this year. He's so old. But every year he proves us wrong. So that is probably lesser of a degree that I think will be the deterrent for the Sixers winning it all. But I don't think we are putting enough emphasis on the fact of Joel Embiid's health. That is something that you just cannot bank on. Just in the way up until this last playoffs, you could not bank on the Sixers getting past the Celtics in the playoffs. You cannot bank on Joel Embiid to be healthy. He's played 57 games over the last 2 seasons. That's like, I'd be surprised if he's there come playoff time, if he's part of that roster. And you pair that with a 42-year-old LeBron James, it's just there's a lot of, for as good as that roster is on paper, a lot can happen over the stretch of an 82-game season. And it could be an entirely different, hell, they may not even make it to the trade deadline. I know, here we are just a day after LeBron made his decision, and I'm already blowing up the team, but it's quite possible, right?
Yeah, no, it is. No, very much so. There's no guarantee. I mean, this is an impressive move, and the Sixers fans should be thinking they're going to go to an NBA Finals and win a championship. But yeah, it's the NBA. A lot of things happen. Health is a huge part of it. Who knows? Look, I think LeBron, though, in this spot where, while he's got pressure for his legacy, what the Sixers are going to ask him to do, he doesn't have to be the first or second option. He's the third or fourth option for them. That actually is a really good thing. It can lead to a much better year for LeBron. We saw that at a small scale. You brought this up multiple times when we were talking about the Lakers back in February, that prior to the injuries that kind of got them, Luka's injury, when LeBron was behind Reeves and Doncic, he was better. Yeah. The team was better. So I think that's why it's really intriguing in Philadelphia. They got all this talent, but it's hopefully going to allow LeBron to stay fresh throughout the season. They can maybe baby Joel Embiid a little bit, and that should lead to them hopefully being set up once it gets to the postseason.
Yeah, that's kind of been one of the deterrents of how great this roster looks is but there's only one ball. Joel Embiid, when he's healthy and on the court, he demands the basketball a lot. Tyrese Maxey, the same way. Jaylen Brown, he loves holding on to the ball. LeBron James, just as much. If LeBron can kind of swallow the pride, swallow the ego, kind of like he did in LA for that very short sample size, then yeah, I think this is going to be, if he is a number 3 option on this Sixers team and he slides back into that role that we saw him play for a little bit, because keep in mind, right before Luka's injury in LA, when LeBron was that number 3 behind Reeves and Luka, that they were arguably the best team in basketball. It was, again, a very small sample size, but that just shows you what a LeBron James team can be if LeBron James is hey, I'm not going to be the number 1 or the number 2. I'm going to kind of take this back seat. They can do some real damage. I'm wondering if, with him now having to kind of, and he said it in his own tweet, he loves to rejuvenate another new fan base. I mean, Grant is the 4th one he'll have done that for during his career. But is he going to want to rejuvenate that fan base while also saying, yeah, I don't need the ball. I'm going to take that number 3 seed. I think that may take some time to realize and to develop, and that could be, something that plagues this team. We'll see. It's interesting. I do think it's also interesting that he's going to be living in New York apparently and helicoptering into Philadelphia.
Is that real? I saw that. Is that a real thing?
Apparently, that's what I did see Shams write it, that he reported it's a possibility, and it added to the appeal for him to end up in Philadelphia. And that was a big deterrent as to why he chose the Lakers in the first place, was the business acumen of being in Los Angeles.
Right.
So I could very well see him wanting to be in New York City and to help further set up his post-playing plans and all of his business ventures there. It makes sense, but my goodness, man, that would be interesting to say the least, to see LeBron just living in New York City while playing for. And people were saying that the Knicks were an option until they went on to win the finals. Like before, like if they would have gotten bounced in the playoffs, that probably would have been the landing spot for LeBron.
By the way, over at BetMGM, Knicks still the favorites to win the East, plus 350. Sixers 4-1, Celtics 5-1, Raptors 8-1, Pistons 9-1. Have you seen LeBron play in person? You're based in Chicago now. Have you seen him play?
Yes. Yeah, okay. I saw him when I've seen him twice. Yeah, when the Lakers came to United Center against the Bulls.
Okay. So I don't live in an NBA market. You know that. I'm in Kansas City. And so I'm committed. This is his last year. I am finding a way to go watch LeBron in what is probably his final season. I have to do it. I'm going to have to wait till football season's over. So sometime between January, February, March, I got to find a way. And I'm not going to Philadelphia, okay? So I can't wait for the schedule to come out. When Adam Silver has the schedule, I got to look at Chicago, Denver, OKC, Dallas, Minnesota. Those are probably maybe San Antonio, although that ticket might be pricey.
You come to Chicago, we'll do our 5 hours of BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports in person live from the 104.3 The Score studios in downtown Chicago. Then we'll just venture a little bit west past the West Loop to down on Madison Street, the Madhouse on Madison, United Center, the house that Jordan built. We'll go in there and we'll watch LeBron James and his Philadelphia 76ers take on the Chicago Bulls. And the new look Chicago
pretty
Bulls,
cool.
Caleb Wilson, Caleb Wilson is dominating summer league right now. I don't know if you've seen any of that, but goodness, he has been fun to watch. And people were like, why were you this good of a shooter in college? And he was like, yes, I was, but our scheme did not, play to that.
3-point shooting.
I had to play a certain role.
And 3-point shooting was a big knock coming out of college. And that opening game he had was terrific, and it's continued. I'm down for that. We got to see what the schedule looks like, if it's a weekend or a weeknight or whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, Chicago would be that would be a more enjoyable trip. OKC's the closest for me. If I could drive to OKC if I had to, I'd fly to Chicago or Denver probably. But San Antonio would be the coolest one, I think, other than Chicago, because I would love to see Wemby as well and kill two birds with one stone kind of thing. But I don't know. Well, that ticket, the 76ers in San Antonio, feels like that's going to be a pricey one.
Just don't wait. That's the only encouragement I can give you, because I will never forget when I was living in Southern California. When I was a producer for Jim Rome, and that we were out there, and my wife and I were planning to go to a Lakers game, because I'd never been to Staples Center back when it was called the Staples Center. I'd never seen the Lakers. I'd never seen Kobe Bryant play, and I wanted to see Kobe. And we were looking at tickets, and I'm not kidding when I say this, the very next week, we didn't pull the trigger, but the very next week, Kobe Bryant announced his retirement, or that he was going to retire at the end of the season. And ticket prices skyrocketed. Like that's the thing, man. Faster than the price of gas, more expensive than the price of eggs. It was literally the fastest. It was the most expensive thing in sports at the time, and I got to see Kobe Bryant live in person at Staples, but it was during a Taylor Swift concert when he was brought out as the special guest. But I've never got to see him play in a Lakers uniform.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I've seen Brady play in person. I've seen Tiger Woods play a round of golf in person. I want to, and I never got to see MJ play. in person. So, or Kobe, unfortunately. But so, yeah, LeBron, one way or the other this year, I got to make it happen. Although the problem is, we know in the NBA nowadays with the load management stuff, I don't want to, you got to be careful buying it too far in advance. That's the only tricky part.
Yeah.
I'm worried that like to me, the Oklahoma City one, the dangerous one, to me, that's a game where LeBron might just sit out going up against that kind of team.
Yeah.
So I got to be careful, but we'll see. The schedule, I think, is supposed to come out. What is it? Mid-August, maybe, is what the NBA schedule comes out. Right around there.
That's another reason why Chicago is a safer bet, because when he comes to Chicago, he knows it's the number 3 market in the country, right? Like he wants to, it's good business for him to play in that game and not sit it out. So both times I have seen him in Chicago, he has played in those games.
All right, let's keep talking about LeBron James and his decision to go to the 76ers. We're going to go out to Philly and check in with the Sixers beat writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Gina Mizell, going to join us right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on a Saturday here on Westwood One Sports. Again, you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch, as well as listening to the audio version only on the Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, affiliates across the country, or on SiriusXM channel 375. Let's keep talking about LeBron James, his decision yesterday to pick the Philadelphia 76ers. And let's head out to Philly and welcome in the Sixers beat writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Gina Mizell, at Gina Mizell on Twitter and X. Great to have you on the show. I mean, I guess just tell us what the reaction on the ground there has been in the last 24 hours. I'm assuming it's been pretty exciting.
It has been exciting and crazy. My phone has been blowing up, obviously since the news came down yesterday. And I think the best way I can put it is that one of my colleagues at the Inquirer, one of our video reporters, basically just went out into the streets and was just yelling at people on the streets, the Sixers just got LeBron, and kind of getting their unfiltered reactions. And Philly is the type of place where you can do that, just because it is such a passionate sports town. And obviously LeBron is one of the most famous people on the planet. So it's a perfect combination.
All right, Gina, take me back to you waking up yesterday morning. What percentage chance did you have of LeBron actually ending up in Philly?
I honestly had no idea. And maybe as the days sort of wore on, I potentially, maybe started to lean more that he was maybe going to go with one of his former teams, either the Cavaliers or the Miami Heat. Just because once the Sixers made the trade for Jaylen Brown, that roster was pretty set. And so in my brain, I was like, okay, if you were going to choose the Sixers, why haven't you chosen the Sixers already? But based on my own thoughts, based on people that I've talked to that are both either close to the Sixers or close to LeBron himself, this was kept very tight to the vest. A lot of people that are typically in the loop of these types of decisions or this type of news were not in the loop in this particular case. And so I think that's sort of why all of us kind of felt in the dark, and it was a surprise, or just just when it finally dropped, it was like, oh my gosh, this is actually happening. And when I saw it on my phone, I was reading it out loud, but could not process exactly what I was reading, even though I knew what it was saying, but my brain couldn't process it. So yeah, just a crazy morning and a crazy day overall yesterday.
You guys have had championship parades in Philly over the last couple of years. Of course, the Eagles winning a championship a few years back. But where did this announcement kind of stack up in the last, 10, 15 years, though, in Philly sports history? I know ultimately the goal is going to be to win a championship and have a parade for this squad. But truly, how big of a deal was this in Philly sports history? The fact that LeBron, either the greatest, maybe the second greatest player of all time, chose them.
I think it ranks up there as far as just kind of shocking out of the blue types of situations that, 6 weeks ago, I never would have envisioned this would be possible. But I also never would have thought the Sixers would have traded for Jaylen Brown on July 1st as well. So this whole offseason has just been kind of like a fever dream of sorts, or just how the heck did all of this happen? And so, yeah, obviously the on the court, on the field, actual gameplay stuff is going to be at the top of Philly sports history list. But just as far as an out of the blue, how the heck did this happen? This is definitely near the top, and I think you could group it all with just this entire Sixers offseason with what they've been able to do.
Well, let's bring up before LeBron, the most recent new signing, Jaylen Brown and LeBron. I think when LeBron made this decision, very quickly people linked what could potentially be, any sort of awkwardness there with the things that Jaylen Brown was caught on camera saying earlier last year about Bronny and how he's, is, quote, I don't think Bronny is a pro. People are saying, him basically ripping LeBron's son, and now LeBron is, essentially choosing to go and play with him. Do you foresee there being any awkwardness there, or do you think this is just two professionals being able to just set this aside and not think twice about it?
Well, Jaylen Brown also called Joel Embiid a flopper right after that playoff series. So there's a couple of things that you might have to answer for, or at least like have a joke about, like. But really, again, LeBron, like you said, is choosing to come to the Sixers, and I know, I know that as soon as LeBron saw that the Sixers traded for Jaylen Brown and that vaulted them kind of into that contender tier, that is what made him say, okay, I think Philly is an option. So if he was that bent out of shape about Jaylen Brown's comments, I don't think that would be the case, where literally that is what caused Philly to become a finalist or get on his short list of possible destinations. So no, whether it's personalities, whether it's just figuring out style of play when you assemble another super team, like that's all to be determined, and we'll see how that unfolds throughout the season, which is going to be a very kind of interesting and fun thing to watch. But I think if that was a real problem, then I don't think LeBron James would be like, oh, now Jaylen Brown's in Philly, now I'm interested in potentially going to Philly.
Gina Mizell, Philadelphia Inquirer, Sixers beat writer, joining us here on Westwood One Sports. Looking at the Eastern Conference now, I mean, we all can see the betting odds where they're just behind the Knicks, but where do you think this does put the 76ers in the hierarchy of the entire NBA now?
I think that's a fair place to put them, at least in the Eastern Conference. And of course, all respect to the Knicks, who just won a championship last month, and they deserve to go into the season as the favorites, or at least the favorite in the Eastern Conference. But when you look at just sort of how things have shaken out over the course of the offseason, obviously Miami gets Giannis. The Cavs don't get LeBron, and we'll see how they look, once this offseason cycle is over. Boston now does not have Jaylen Brown, but does have Jason Tatum back. Like, there's a lot of interesting stuff. The whole Kawhi situation and what that maybe does for Toronto, it's going to be really interesting. But I think those odds are fair right now, at least going into the season, assuming that the Sixers team can stay relatively healthy. And then, of course, in the Western Conference, you still have the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder that I think are going to really be at the top, barring injuries or unforeseen circumstances. So, no, this, again, you got to put it on the floor. You got to take what's on paper and make it work in an actual basketball situation. But I do think those odds are fair right now, that this team now has legitimate title aspirations. And I think those are realistic at this point.
Gina Mizell, Sixers beat writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, is on with us now. And Gina, I do have to ask you, LeBron, after making the announcement, sent out a barrage of like 4 or 5 tweets explaining his decision to go to the Sixers. I do have to ask, how do you think your editor would do with the number of misspellings and typos and errors that we had in those tweets? So would that have gone to publication?
Not if I had written it, but I guess LeBron can do what he wants, and we embedded the tweets to see it directly from the source. So I will leave it at that. But no, his job is to play basketball. My job is to write clean copy. So, and he's absolutely way better at his job than I am at mine. So we'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right, LeBron, next time go to Gina. Use Gina as a source to proofread your work before hitting Twitter.
Yes, happy to do it.
Absolutely. Last one for you, though. Nick Nurse. I mean, we talk about pressure for coaches and athletes all the time, and I think we all know there's going to be an immense amount of pressure on LeBron, given the fact that he picked yet another new team, and he's always won a championship wherever he has gone. What about for Nick Nurse, though? I mean, you want to talk about pressure now. Look at this roster that you got to work with.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, I think even before all of this happened, as far as the offseason moves, he was going into this year with a lot of pressure. I think there were some that were maybe a little bit surprised that he kept his job after the last couple of seasons. But now you look at a team that has a ton of star power, and he thought he was going to have a team with a lot of star power when Paul George signed with the Sixers 2 years ago. And he talked about kind of having the fit of the point guard in Tyrese Maxey, the wing in Paul George, and the center in Joel Embiid, but they just never were all healthy for a long enough time to really get that continuity and make it work. So now he kind of gets another try with another group of players where Maxey and Embiid are still there, but then you add Jaylen Brown, who's a wing in his prime, and then, oh, by the way, you add LeBron James, who is not a perennial MVP contender anymore, but is still an all-star player, great playmaking, exceptional basketball IQ, championship experience, all of that stuff. And I do go back to also when he was with the Toronto Raptors and ascended to that head coaching job, gets Kawhi, and then wins a championship. So he certainly has the experience both with quickly implementing a star player, and in this case, it'll be multiple star players, and sort of getting them all on the right track to win a championship. So no, it is a lot of pressure, but he does have the experience that he's kind of gone down a similar road to this before. And again, that's another thing that's going to be really interesting to see how it unfolds.
Gina Mizell, Sixers beat writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Enjoy the off season that you got left, and what is going to be probably a fascinating season to follow.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. Good
Thanks,
stuff.
Gina.
They're boots on the ground in Philadelphia. Good to get their perspective. And how about that? She said a coworker or a friend of hers ran out in the street and basically just shouted, "Hey, LeBron signed with the 76ers." Right. What a day that is. I mean, we all, as sports fans, usually, if you're lucky enough, it's when your team won a championship. But other than that, we all know that big trade, that big signing where it gave you hope and optimism. We've all hopefully experienced that. And it's one of the fun days of being a sports fan. And so if you're a 76ers fan, I can't imagine. Yesterday had just been an awesome day. You're thinking legitimately, hey, we're going to win a championship next year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just think about it from Gina's perspective. She covers the Sixers on a day-to-day basis for the Philadelphia Inquirer. And, one day she wakes up, getting to cover Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, a great roster of talent. But it is a franchise that hasn't, been to an Eastern Conference final since 2001. And then by the end of the day that you woke up yesterday, you're now not just covering all of that, but you're covering the greatest, if not the second greatest player of all time. Think about how much more fun it's got to be to go into work every single day now, just knowing that you're going to be up close and personal with one of the absolute greatest.
All right, coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day, friends over at ESPN put together their duos, their teams under 25, and where they stack up. And do we agree with a couple of these teams that are listed inside the top 10? We'll get to that coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. To use the token, all you got to do is add MLB bets to your bet slip, activate the respective token, and if you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll talk some college football. We will have Antonio Morales from The Athletic, national college football reporter, also a co-author of this QB tier article as well that we might get to a little bit later on, and certainly are keeping an eye on as well. I will ask him about the tiers of college football. Is there a chance that all of a sudden Manning is underrated heading into the season? Have we flipped too much in the opposite direction after all the hype that he got last year? Clearly was overhyped heading in to his first year as a starting quarterback at Texas. So that's coming up in just a bit. Thinking of rankings and tiers and youth at the collegiate level, how about at the NFL level? ESPN put out an article of what they consider their team rankings based on talent under the age of 25. So before somebody freaks out and wonders why the Rams aren't number one on this list, this is talent under the age of 25. The Rams certainly are not the youngest roster in football by any means. But here's who they listed in the top 10. They had the Patriots, so led by Drake May, Christian Gonzalez, and obviously Campbell there. And thinking of Gonzalez, there's a report out today that he might be getting a new deal very, very soon to make him the highest paid cornerback in football. The Texans are there at 2. Chicago Bears 3. The Browns 4. Your Tennessee Titans at 5. The Raiders at 6. Jets 7. Seahawks 8. Giants 9. Saints 10. We can get into some of the specific names. The two teams that stood out right away from me, one on a positive end is, man, if you're Seattle, you just won a championship and you're still in the top 10 of youngest rosters or talent under the age of 25, that's very impressive there. Eamon Warry, Murphy, JSN, of course, headlining that group. And then the other team that stood out to me that I think is a little too low, the Giants at 9. And I'm optimistic on the Giants, despite John Harbaugh's uninspiring speech and Cam Scattaboo doing backflips on a bad ankle. That did not make me feel great this week. Carter, Reese, Dart, Neighbors, Monangai, like those are, to me, players that are game changers that can change your entire franchise that should be much higher on this list. At 9, to me, they're ahead of, I know you're like, I like Cam Ward and Tate, but that's only 2 players, and they're 5. The Giants have about 5 guys under 25 that might end up being key pieces for them.
Yeah, I will say, first and foremost, it is nice to see my Tennessee Titans crack a top 5 outside of anything other than an NFL draft order.
Yeah.
But I don't think they should be as high as they are. I do think, obviously, Carnell Tate and Cam Ward, I do think they're poised to have big years this year. I think Cam Ward is going to have a coming out party in 2026. But I don't think the Titans are one of the young, hot teams that are going to be in there. And it's because of teams like you just mentioned, the New York Giants. Like that was actually the second thing that I noticed about this list was how low the Giants were. I think they should be a top 3, if not a top 2 team. And to me, I think the number 1 team on this list should be the Chicago Bears. Colston Loveland, Roman Dunze, Caleb Williams. Like, that is a fun young team. They've got youth youth at fun positions. I think Colston Loveland is going to have a Rob Gronkowski type year at tight end this year, like just with the number of targets that he's going to get and just the production he's already had in his rookie season. I think his second year is going to be just that much bigger. So I think if I was like doing my own list, I think I'd put the Bears number 1, but then certainly the New York Giants at number 2. And that's even with the question mark surrounding Malik Neighbors and his health. It's just a fun team. Obviously, Jackson Dart is a fun young quarterback. There's just a lot there for the Giants, and they're young and youthful, which is funny because their head coach is anything but. Yeah, you alluded to his speech. Not necessarily keep it in tune with the young guys on the squad, or at least firing them up. But Yeah, they're number 2. And then I mean, for as bad as I think they're going to be, the Raiders are also collecting a lot of youthful talent with Mendoza, Ashton Jeanty, and Brock Bowers. I mean, that's a solid 3 right there just on the offensive side of the ball. So I think they would be my number 4.
Yeah, look, the Texans, to me, I would bump up to 1. And I have my questions about C.J. Stroud after the way he has looked in big moments and a massive question mark. But that defense, man. So Anderson, Lassiter's on this list, Ursari's on this list. I would have the Texans 1 as far as best rosters under 25. To me, they should be 1. I get why the Patriots are 1 because of what we saw from Drake May as well. I don't know if I would put the Bears above the Patriots, but I would consider Texans 1, maybe the Bears 2, then Patriots. Then I'm fine with the Browns' young core being there at 4. My issue, again, the Giants should be probably 3 or 4 on this list. And so I'll be honest, I'm trying to think of who's not in the top 10. I'm trying to think of young players in the league. Or is there a team that's not in the top 10 that should be, and somebody should be bumped out of this particular list? The issue is you look at think about young quarterbacks first in the league. So okay, Drake May's on this list, Cam Ward's on this list, Mendoza's on this list, Jackson Dart's on this list. Who are we missing of the other young quarterbacks? Jaden Daniels. But what other young talent are you adding on to that with him right now?
Yeah, no, it's hard. I mean, I think the Miami Dolphins, just because that's just the only guys they have left are people under the age of 25, because that roster is so depleted. Maybe the Jaguars. I don't know. Trevor Lawrence isn't under 25, right?
But you do. No, he's over 25. Trevor Lawrence has got to be 27 years old now or something like that.
Okay, yeah, but you do have the Travis Hunters, Brian Thomas. Yep. You do have some youthful guys in Jacksonville, but you're right. Like it is, I think as it comes down to the top 10, I think it pretty much nailed it. Just rearranging a few of what you got in there, and I do like the point you made about the Texans because I think the Texans have the best defense in the NFL. And most of it is because of their youth and their young guys. Will Anderson, I think he's one of the best defensive linemen we have in the sport. So I do think I would be okay putting the Texans at number 1, very least number 2. I do still think very highly of the Bears. And then from there, I think it's just a reshuffling of the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Loveland, I don't disagree at all. I mean, Adunze, I still have some questions, but Loveland, I think he could be a top 3, top 4 tight end in football at the end of the season. I think he can have that kind of year. So you're spot on, I think, and I'm with you. By the way, Trevor Lawrence, just for the sake of the conversation, he's 26 now. He'll turn 27 in October. So
just barely missed. Yeah.
He didn't qualify. Jaden Daniels is 25 right now, so he would qualify for the list. But maybe we can do this exercise with quarterbacks only. Maybe next week on the show, we'll have our producer, Zach, maybe put this in for next week. As we're talking about, I kind of like it. Quarterbacks under 25 or 25 or under that we actually think are in line to be legitimate Super Bowl contenders here this year. So we can maybe do that next week.
You brought up Jaden Daniels, and earlier in the show, we were talking about the storylines that we're most intrigued for going into this upcoming season. For me, it's 2 historically bad teams that have had some success recently, and that is in the Commanders and the Lions. I'm interested to see if either one of them can return to the NFC Championship game like we've seen over the last couple of years because, obviously Jaden Daniels has had his injury struggles both in the NFL, but then even dating back to college. So is the availability his best ability there? And then with Dan Campbell and the Lions, are they the same team since Ben Johnson, moved west to Chicago? Is that, are they able to return to form? Those are 2 teams that I'm really interested to see if they're able to return to the new form that we had seen over the last couple of years.
Yeah, the Lions, more than fair questions there. Also, David Montgomery's now down in Houston. And so Jahmyr Gibbs is unbelievable, but what does that look like with him not being able to lean on a number 2 back as much as Isaiah Pacheco now is the backup in Detroit? All right, up next, let's talk college football. Antonio Morales from The Athletic will join us. We'll ask him about...
This is Westwood One Sports.
kick off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour for us here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can chat there. You can also call or text in to 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Let's get back into some college football. SEC Media Days taking place this week. We also are, just about a month and a few days away from week 0 of the college football season as well. Let's go out to the phones and welcome in Antonio Morales. He is a national college football reporter for The Athletic. He's also the author of a recent QB tier article I know we want to talk about as well. Antonio, great to have you on the show. Before we get to some of these quarterbacks in college football, Austin and I were going back and forth earlier about LSU and Lane Kiffin and really the expectations for this year, but also beyond. How long do you think he truly has till people get restless in Baton Rouge that he hasn't won a national championship?
Not too long. They brought him. They hired him to be an elite coach, and they hired him to do that right away. They spent a lot of money this offseason. They spent a lot of money on him, on the roster, on the coaching staff. So I think expectations. I know Lane Kiffin's trying to downplay them, and he's trying to say, hey, it takes time to build a culture, but that's not the way college football works anymore. Kurt Sneddie won a national title at Indiana within 2 years. I think all the excuses are done for pretty much every coach in the country, and especially one that's operated the way they have at LSU.
Yeah, obviously this, speaking of times are changing, one of the biggest things that we've experienced especially in the media having to cover the sport is the dominance of the SEC seems to be over, or at least it has been for the last 3 years, with not just them not winning a national title, but not even winning making it to the national title game. And, you have people like Nick Saban at SEC Media Days this week, talking about, it should be based off of, the conference from top to bottom. That's how we should be judged, not just by national titles, which is a far cry from, what they claimed just about 5 years ago or so. But, then you also have Greg Sankey talking about the potential, or at least the discussions that they've had of breaking away from the NCAA and starting their own league. The likelihood of that happening, do you think it's just hearsay? Because now it feels like for them to do it at this point in time, there's just absolutely no leverage on their end.
Yeah, I don't know how much leverage they really have. They're just going to play each other and then just declare themselves national champions. Like, what's going to happen with that? So I think there's still a lot of work and a lot of strategies they need to kind of sort out before they're going to do that, before I kind of take it more seriously. I understand they're frustrated with the way some things are going, but I don't take it too serious right now.
We're talking to Antonio Morales from The Athletic here on Westwood One Sports. You guys put out an article here recently about quarterback tiers in college football and the names that you would expect for the most part at the top, in Trinidad Chambliss, Dante Moore, CJ Carr, for example. The name that stands out for a lot of people, of course, is Arch Manning. And we had the point where all the hype last year, he, of course, got off to a bad start, looked better as the season went on. Is there a way where he's actually entering with almost a bit of under the radar, a little more underrated, or is that not possible at a place like Texas?
I think it's impossible with his last name, not because of Texas. I think it's just impossible with his last name to come in without any hype. We saw last year just how kind of overwhelming that all was. And he was a player. I remember when we did this exercise last year, a lot of other outlets had him like number 1 or top 5. I know we had him 10th, which was like kind of measured for us last year, just because we had him 10th. But I remember just watching the Georgia game in 2024, where they actually went to him to replace Quinn Ewers for a little bit to get an offensive spark going, and the game looked like it was moving so fast. And he wasn't very effective against Georgia in 2024 when they went to him in real like wartime snaps. And so that made me be like, okay, let's like slow down the hype for him a little bit, because the guy who still needs to play a lot more and get some more reps. I think we saw that in the beginning of last year, and then towards the end of the year, he's starting to improve. You saw the game sort of slow down for him a little bit. He's not a perfect player yet. I know some people, the way some people were talking about him, just the way he played at the end of the year, you'd think he was like Josh Allen or something. But he's good and he's improving, but there's still steps he needs to make to become, the Heisman finalist, number one pick that everyone kind of expects him to be.
I want to encourage all college football fans to check out this article of all of the quarterbacks in college football broken into tiers, and in reading it, I couldn't help but notice the only 4 of the top 16 quarterbacks, basically the tier 1 and tier 2 that you put out, are all returning starters. Did you notice any sort of correlation with that being a deterrent of a player? And because obviously you did this exercise last year, did you notice anything with a quarterback coming back for another year with the same team, them finding more success in staying, or is that just by chance?
I didn't think too much about it, but now that you mention it, it kind of makes sense because you have guys who are familiar with that coaching staff, with those players, with that roster, with that program. And if you're in the transfer portal, you're kind of in there for a reason, right? For one reason or another. Maybe, like, say, Drew Messamaker at Oklahoma, he followed his coach to Oklahoma State. Sorry, my bad. To Oklahoma State. He followed Eric Morris, his head coach from North Texas, and they're going to a program that was really, really bad last year. I know they're bringing a lot of North Texas players with them to Stillwater, but that's kind of a rebuild situation. I know people expect it to be expedited, but he's one of the trenches in there because that's like a rebuild situation. And then you have Miami, Darian Mensah, who's a transfer. I think expectations are high for him, but Miami was really desperate to find a quarterback after Carson Beck graduated and exhausted his eligibility. And that'll be a kind of a fascinating situation there. We saw he kind of left Duke in a bind. And I think expectations are really, really high for him. So I just think that's just kind of the way it all unfolded last year. But the returning starters are the kind of the guys you have a bit more confidence in because you've seen them in those situations with those coaching staffs, with those players, and succeed there.
Is there a quarterback? I know we're looking at tier 1, tier 2, and you guys tiered out these quarterbacks, but is there a name that maybe didn't even make the top 2 tiers for you guys, but hasn't got the attention you think he should heading into the start of this college football season? Is there a name that you think we'll be talking a lot about more as we get to October, November?
I think Malik Washington in Maryland is a really talented guy. He was just a true freshman last year, but really, really high ceiling. A lot of the guys I've talked to for this story just were really high on his potential. Obviously, he's kind of got to put it together a little bit more. He still did some true freshman stuff last year in Maryland. Needs to run the ball more to help kind of support him. But I think he's someone who could really break out. Nico Imaliava at UCLA, that coaching situation was a mess last year. Deshaun Foster got fired after 3 games. The offensive coordinator left the program after 4 games. So him paired with Bob Chesney, I think, has real potential to be a good match. Nico is a quarterback who started for a playoff team in Tennessee. Bob Chesney is the head coach who took James Madison to the playoff. I don't know how many coach quarterback combos in the country can say that, where the coach took a team to a playoff and the quarterback started for a playoff team. So I think there's just a baseline level of competence that should elevate Nico this year.
Some of the one of the big quotes out of SEC Media Days this week came from a guy that I don't think any of us really expected. Was the head football coach out of Kentucky, Will Stein, and him basically going all Curt Cignetti and asking, if UK finds success, why would that be? And he was like, I'm going to say me, right? Like it gave Curt Cignetti Google me vibes there. What do you expect out of Kentucky? Because that is a program that Mark Stoops, I think, brought them to a level that I don't think anyone really expected them to have that sustained success. But then after it just kind of grew flat and grew stale. Will Kentucky to be able to be more on the ends of what we saw in the early days of Mark Stoops, or do you see them just continuing to be like a welcome mat for the rest of the conference?
I still think that's a difficult job, especially with no divisions in the SEC. And the SEC, when it was divisions, and you had the SEC East, Vanderbilt was down, South Carolina was so every other year. So you still had a couple of games where it's like winnable. Now that the divisions are gone, you're playing everybody, and so there's not those like easy wins you could chalk up. And I know I think their cross division game used to be Mississippi State, who was good during those times, but not unbeatable. So. I think that's really hurt Kentucky, but I think Will Stein's given them the kind of the punch in the arm that they've needed as a program. They've recruited with more energy this recruiting cycle. He brought in a good quarterback, Kenny Minchie, who really pushed CJ Carr in a quarterback competition last year at Notre Dame, who I think people are really, really high on. And obviously Will Stein's a really respected offensive mind. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm, but we're just going to have to see how they survive the grind of the SEC, especially now that it's 9 conference games. So no divisions, and you have one more conference game. This makes that job so much harder in my mind. But obviously, Will Stein's kind of come in with the enthusiasm and the energy level that you want to see from someone taking over a job like that. So I think he has a good shot to be able to kind of try to elevate that thing.
Antonio Morales joining us, national college football reporter for The Athletic. There were some comments from Bill Belichick, of course, who's now at North Carolina entering his second year. Just yesterday, he was talking about the NFL game compared to the college game, and he thinks we should have uniformity in terms of the rules on game day, which to me makes a ton of sense. Do you think that's something that would be welcomed in the college game from other coaches, or is this Bill Belichick trying to get his NFL mindset on the college game too much?
I think he's probably trying to get his NFL mindset into the college game too much, and we've seen how that's gone so far. I think he just thought he came in last year and could out-evaluate anybody. Him and Mike Lombardi, the general manager, and then obviously they kind of fell flat on their face. The NFL, the college football games are so different from the NFL in terms of how it's played, the hash marks and everything like that. Just roster evaluation and roster construction. And I think that last year served as a real wake-up call for them. And I think this year I'm not too high on North Carolina and their chances. So we'll see what he's learned from year one. But the talent level and what they brought in the portal, I know they wanted to shift to a more traditional high school recruiting roster build. But they need immediate help, and I don't know if they got enough of it in the portal this offseason to kind of be excited about what they're building over there.
Antonio, you spent some time in Mississippi covering closely Ole Miss, so you're very familiar with the scene in Oxford. And I think coming into this year, and especially according to your quarterback tier list, the number one quarterback listed on your board is Trinidad Chambliss, and I think he is probably the most the player to watch coming into this upcoming season, and has a very high likelihood that he ends the season in the Downtown Athletic Club in New York, maybe holding up a trophy. But going in the start of last year compared to the start of this year, it's a much different story. Last year, he was having something to prove, eventually beating out Austin Simmons, who is now transferred to the University of Missouri. Like he had to overtake that starting job at Ole Miss. This year, he's coming in as the guy. Do you foresee that being, playing any likelihood in a different mindset coming into this year, or do you still expect a lot out of Chambliss?
I still expect a lot out of him, and in some sense, there's still, you could say he still might have something to prove without Lane Kiffin, without Charlie Weiss calling the plays. It's a new head coach and a new offensive coordinator that he has to work with. So some people could obviously say like that system was built perfectly for him, and I think it was. But obviously he showed he can play outside of the system and do things outside the structure that makes him kind of elevate the system himself. So I still think there's going to be a lot to prove. And I think everybody in Oxford and at Ole Miss probably wants to win this year just to kind of show Lane Kiffin that he made a mistake for leaving the program. So I think there's a healthy amount of chip on their shoulder at Ole Miss. I just think the thing to to be worried about for them is just the schedule is so much harder this year. They open with Louisville. They play LSU at Florida. They play at Texas. They play Georgia at Oklahoma. So the schedule is really difficult, and I think that was kind of one of the under radar things to their breakout season last year is the schedule lined up really, really well for them, and they're just not doing that this year.
Antonio Morales, national college football reporter for The Athletic. Also check out his article, as we said, for The Athletic, the recent quarterback tiers heading into this college football season. Appreciate the time, and just a couple weeks away, man. Appreciate you joining us.
No, it sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Good
Thanks, Antonio.
Antonio. Taking a look at some of the young quarterbacks. And by the way, that QB tier list, a couple of those guys, Austin, you and I will be talking about in February, March, April, that are going to be helping some NFL teams, or at least teams are going to be hoping that's the case. As, you know, look, in today's day and age with NIL, it's different. Otherwise, Dante Moore would have been in the draft this past year. But with the kind of money he can make in college, he stays for a year. And look, I also think that'll be beneficial for Dante Moore. It's coming back one more year of college football, as young as he is and inexperienced as he is. I think this will bode well for his chances in the NFL, but could be a massive year. You're probably right. Dante Moore and Trinidad Chambliss, very good chance that we see both in New York at the end of the year.
For anyone who geeks out about college football and gets excited this time of year, like those type of people that like are the ones that get the Phil Steele, magazine to get hyped up on college football. This tier list that is put out by The Athletic and Antonio, it's really good and it's really well done, and it does kind of give you a good refresher because, I mean, college football is harder to follow than the NFL just based on the fact that every 4 years you're getting a completely new turnover of your roster. But now it's even more frequent than that with the transfer portal. Every year it's a brand new roster that you have to learn. And, I'm just scrolling down this list and I'm seeing names that I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. He's now there and he's now there, right? Like there's just so much of that. And so it's a good refresher for it. And so I highly encourage, go to The Athletic and check out this quarterback tier list.
All right, coming up next here on Westwood One Sports, some unfortunate news for a former Dallas Cowboys quarterback. We'll dive into that, plus some of the other headlines around sports right here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Let's get to some headlines in the NFL a little bit, and then we'll, of course, keep an eye on some of the betting odds that are out there for some sporting events going on later on today. Baseball action, trade deadline a few weeks away. We'll get to that maybe in the final segment. You mentioned this briefly in passing during the list, if I'm not mistaken, when you were talking about Tom Brady, but somehow it came up as well. Diego Pavia, cut by the Ravens, didn't even make it to training camp. And as you bought me a UFL shirt today with the Unite Only.
Yeah, baby.
Way. Sorry for watching on video. The Louisville Kings.
Yeah,
United
Bowl champions.
You bought me that shirt. It feels like that's where Diego Pavia is headed at this point in time, right?
It is, man. Diego Pavia. I think he is, and by no fault of, I mean, by all fault of his own, he has literally turned himself into a punching bag. And it is like, this is a guy who was like, went from quarterback of Vanderbilt, smaller size player that was very likable, very, people wanted, a lot of people got behind him, wanted to root for him to succeed because he was having the success at Vanderbilt, having the success in the SEC against some really big programs. This undersized guy, he's like, yeah, this is awesome. And then he becomes a Heisman finalist. You're like, let's go. But then the real Diego Pavia started to come out and almost just overnight became public enemy number one, and people just hated on him, and rightfully so, because like when he didn't win the Heisman Trophy, he goes onto his Instagram stories and he rips apart the Heisman voters, and just completely, F the Heisman voters. And then he goes on and and he takes shots at Fernando Mendoza in Indiana, and when Fernando Mendoza has been nothing but a class act every step along the way throughout his career. And it was just like, oh, that's kind of gross. And so then everyone started just clowning on this, for lack of a better term, Oompa Loompa that also plays football. And but it's like literally like, it's like, dude, like you have this ego of a guy that stands 9 feet tall. And when really, like, there's so many insecurities that came out on that Heisman night and ever since then.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, I almost feel like there were people celebrating in the streets this week because Diego Pavia got cut. And it's sad because this was a guy that literally was the exact opposite of that. Did a complete 180 just over the course of the last year. And I don't know if he's going to sign with another team, but I think you made a good point of, I think the UFL is probably going to be the landing spot that he ends up in.
Yeah, I don't think any of us thought he was an NFL quarterback anyway. He signed on with the Ravens. I guess I'm surprised he didn't even make it to camp because usually it's like, hey, they need an extra body to throw the football around during camp, and teams have 4 or 5 quarterbacks sometimes in training camp with them just because you need people to throw the football, especially early on in camp. And he didn't even get to that point in time, so that's kind of telling. For Diego Pavia, I could see him being successful in in the UFL or maybe in the CFL, one of those leagues, and make some money that way. But you're right, his whole attitude changed significantly, or we just found out who he really was. Right, initially we didn't know, and his true colors kind of have come out in the last 6 months or so. So that was the news in Baltimore. Then we had news involving a former NFL quarterback, Tony Romo. Unfortunately, yesterday afternoon it was reported. It happened though on Thursday evening, but Fox 6 News there in Wisconsin reporting that Tony Romo was arrested under suspicion of operating while intoxicated. He was in Wisconsin. Now we know for a golf tournament. He had participated in the Wisconsin Amateur Championship, which wrapped up on Thursday. If you're wondering, he tied in a 4-way tie for 73rd. The arrest reportedly happened on I-43 in Milwaukee, 40 miles away. He's from Wisconsin. He got arrested Thursday night. He was released by about 11 o'clock. No indication has emerged whether Romo did the breath testing to confirm his BAC or what. But I didn't realize this out of this story, other than the obvious, which is, of course, make better decisions, is in Wisconsin, it's just a citation. They have, like, I guess, one of the more lax DUI laws in the country. So he basically has a fine and a court date, and that's it. There's no there's no losing your license or anything there.
Yeah, the Wisconsin, living just south of it in Chicago, Wisconsin is an entirely different country when it comes to the lax alcohol laws that they've got there. I mean, there are 2 things to do in Wisconsin: drink and root for the Packers. I mean, even their pro baseball team is called the Brewers. Okay, so like that should just go to show you. There's a reason why Wisconsin is one of the top party schools every single year. Like, that's what they do. And it don't get me wrong, I love Wisconsin. It is a fun state, as Tony Romo clearly proved this past week. I used to think that Tony Romo was a great decision maker. Obviously, he married a University of Missouri graduate, former Missouri. Yes, in Candace Crawford. So I always thought, highly of Tony Romo's decision-making skills. But however, that all came to a big stop this week with this. It's like, okay, and look, he was at a golf tournament. I think we've all done the day drinking on the golf course. Exactly, right? Like, it's just, Tony, you got to be smarter, man. You can't Tiger Woods it on your way home. Tiger Woods it on the golf course. Don't Tiger Woods it on the drive home, because you're only going to end up with a mugshot heard round the world like we got this past week with good old Tony Romo. I don't know about that, Jim. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that prompted a lot of Tony Romo drops on local radio, I know, when that news broke yesterday. It became public knowledge yesterday as well. The other part, too, though, I don't know, moving forward for him, CBS, like, this is one of those deals where we've seen in certain circumstances, it costs people their job. Now, this is different. Mark Sanchez, remember, he reportedly, got in like a fight or whatever, remember, and like was stabbed and that whole thing. And he was quickly taken off the broadcast from CBS as well. This is different. I'm not excusing a DUI, but I don't know if this is one, nor should it, in my opinion, cost him his massive contract that he has with CBS. However, if you're CBS and you're not happy already with what you're getting, this is your out if this is what they want to do.
Yeah. No, it is fair, and it's a good point to make, because I do think, like, Tony Romo, when he burst onto the scene, right, like, I think he was, like, we were excited about him. Like, he was fantastic. He was, the closer he was to his playing career, he was calling out things on the broadcast that were about to happen, and then they would happen, and it felt like, he wasn't Romo, he was Nostradamus is what he became on the broadcast, and it was fun to watch. But then the further he's gotten away from his career and the kind of the more comfortable he's gotten in his role as that lead analyst for CBS's #1 crew with Jim Nantz, I don't want to say lazy, because it's not that, but it's been a little bit less oomph than he had when he first came out of the gate. And that's made the broadcasts a little less than. And so you're right. Like, I don't know if CBS is looking for an out, but they certainly got one. I'll tell you one thing to watch for, though. September 21st is his first court appearance for all of this. That's 6 days before he's supposed to be calling Ravens Cowboys in Brazil. So I don't know what the logistics there are going to be of him making that court date and then flying down usually late, because when you're covering, especially those, those international games, that's usually like a week's worth of work of meeting with the teams and all of the meetings you got there. I wonder if that plays into that or hampers that at all.
Maybe, but you and I both know, we see, especially with celebrities, they can get that court date moved or, something like that causes it not to be as problematic. And again, this is in Wisconsin, at least, it's, I hate to say it's not a big deal in Wisconsin, as bad as that is to say.
Yeah, it's a dime a dozen.
Unfortunately, he didn't get in fortunately in this case, we're not talking about an accident or anything else, but I'm not, by no means am I condoning drunk driving, but just, I guess what I'm saying, in the grand scheme of things, by Wisconsin law, this is not going to turn out to be a big deal for Tony Romo when it's all said and done.
Well, if you are listening to us on Sirius Channel 375 or on any of the local affiliates that we've got nationwide on Westwood One Sports, just if you're heading out to the golf course, just and you plan on having a couple of daddy sodas, just make the right. Maybe stay at the 19th hole. Stay at the clubhouse a little bit longer and let yourself sober up before going behind the wheel.
That might not be a bad strategy. You know what though? Since I'm back from Punta Cana, and the week before I was at the lake, the drinking levels were much higher. I will say I got 4 weeks left. I'm on a 5-week no alcohol stint here till my trip to Vegas. So I got 4 more weeks to go.
Wow.
Yeah, I just a body reset, man. Needed a reset before I go to Vegas here at the end of August.
See, that's smart of you. I do the same thing. Whenever I feel like I've been drinking too much, I do a full body reset, and it's usually from the time my head hits the pillow to the time I wake up the next day. So I completely understand the full body reset.
I've never done this before, but this 2026, I've been trying to be healthier, going to the gym and stuff, and I had a good couple weekends, but I wanted to reset a little bit before I go to Vegas. That's all.
Well, how have you been able to reset without drinking alcohol, considering the champagne bottles I believe you popped this week with your boy, Patrick Mahomes, coming back? Alex lives and works in the KC market. You host a local radio show on the Chiefs radio affiliate. I mean, I don't think you were probably as surprised as the rest of America to find out that Patrick Mahomes was clear to return to practice, but has any of your thought process changed? Because, there were those questions. Will he play week 1? Will they maybe sit him out just to make sure he's fully healthy before he returns? But it's looking like he didn't even have an injury now. He's going to go through all of training camp and maybe probably the preseason games and be there on week 1. Is there Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, that's by all accounts, barring a setback, what's going to happen. And when the injury first happened in February, or back in December, I should say, but then in February when we were talking about the timeline stuff, I said, all right, let's pump the brakes on saying for sure he's playing week 1. But then when we got to May and the schedule came out and the Chiefs were playing Monday Night Football against the Broncos, that was another sign, I think, that most people believe that they thought he was on track. And then the news yesterday, you're right, was not surprising for people in Kansas City. There was rumblings about that for a while, that he would be cleared for practice. Today, first practice, at least of, I want to call it practice. I mean, there's no pads, and it's just rookies and quarterbacks right now. The full team's not even up there yet. But he's made a remarkable recovery. He's worked his tail off. The training staff obviously has been locked in. Barring a setback, he's going to play week 1. He said he is going to wear a brace throughout camp. The question I wonder will be, does he wear a brace during the season? He claims that he'll be able to do everything he could do before. I still wonder early in the year, though, Austin, in the playoffs we've seen he's running towards the sideline, and he might try to shimmy out of the way of a defender and not run out of bounds. He acknowledged he ran too much last year. So I wonder early in the year, especially against Denver, if we see him go ahead and step out of bounds if you're running. Go ahead and step out of bounds and maybe don't try to cut it upfield and risk anything to protect yourself a bit more. I do think he has to protect himself a little more. And the number one question, too, this whole thing after that is Andy Reid and how he's going to call plays. Are they going to try to protect him, or are they going to cut him loose right away? And I don't think they're going to baby him, man. I think they're going to cut him loose right away in week 1.
Yeah, I feel like him making the smart decision for Mahomes, like this is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about. I think that's easier said than done. That dude is, he's a competitor. Like he's a warrior. He goes balls to the wall at all times. And so I feel like he's going to be hard pressed to make that move out of bounds rather than shimmy back in and, try and gain the few extra yards, because that's just who he is. That's what one of the reasons that makes him so great. So, it is interesting. I look, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I do believe if we take this show back to probably January, February of this year, that I made a cold hard guarantee lock that Patrick Mahomes would suit up week 1, and this is only just placating to that. So I don't want to say I'm the Tony Romo of this show with predicting things before they happen, mainly because I don't want to end up with an OWI on my record and a really embarrassing mugshot later on in my career. But I will say that I did nail that prediction pretty well.
You did. Yeah, I think he's going to play week 1. You did say, I do remember that conversation. And you're right, that mugshot. Whew. Look, not that anybody's going to look good in a mugshot if they were intoxicated.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I'm guessing he was wearing a hat coming off the golf course, because that hair was a disaster. The whole smile.
Yeah.
Not good for him, man. Not good.
You got it, Tony. You got to ask the cops, man. Do you have a brush? Can I just get a real quick comb? Like real quick. Just run one through my hair real quick. Outside of that, that hot that hot felon, that guy that went viral years back, has there ever been a good-looking mugshot?
I don't think so. You're right. Every couple years, there's some felon that looks attractive in a photo, and the internet goes crazy, and these people are nuts and are trying to claim the crime doesn't matter because the person's attractive. You're right. Every couple years we get one or two, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm literally Googling mugshots. The president's, President Trump, his mugshot where he's he's looking down. That's not a great looking photo of him. Like Tim Allen is another notable one. Elvis Presley, O.J. Simpson, Lindsay Lohan, all of them. They're all terrible photos. Terrible mugshots. I just don't think it's possible. Tiger Woods is in the mugshot Hall of Fame.
It depends what you're getting
photos.
Arrested for. If you got arrested because you're on prescription drugs or alcohol, you're clear. The photo's not going to be great. Honestly, some of the people that get arrested for, who was the guy that? Oh my gosh, who was the recent one where people went nuts for because they thought he was attractive? The guy that killed the insurance guy, Mangione or whatever his name is.
Luigi. Yeah, he killed the United Healthcare
allegedly
guy.
Yeah.
Allegedly, right? Yeah, I don't know if that's still fully proven.
I don't know if he's
Nick
still claiming
Nolte
that
also.
Yeah.
The Nick Nolte is an all-time bad one. If you can Google image search Nick Nolte mugshot, you'll see what I mean. The only one I will say I'll give credit to Johnny Cash. He's got a pretty badass mugshot. He's got the Band-Aid right over his eyebrow. He's holding up the California prison Folsom Johnny Cash sign right in front of him. That is one that I would want printed up on a T-shirt and wear.
I could see you rocking a mugshot T-shirt. That is actually right up your alley. You won't wear an artist shirt to a concert, but I could see you wearing a celebrity's mugshot to a concert.
I do own an Elvis Presley mugshot.
See?
T-shirt.
Of course.
Yeah. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong in that. I got to get this Johnny Cash one now.
I'll take a look. I'll Google it during the break. Up next, let's get some final thoughts on the odds that are now out, and it might change for LeBron James and the 76ers to win the NBA Finals. Plus, let's talk briefly about baseball, just a news item that's out there as we head into the trade deadline about 10 days or so away.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token. To use the token, add any golf wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here for a couple more minutes on Westwood One Sports. Of course, the news of the day, Austin, has been around LeBron James, the announcement yesterday. We had a guest on from Philadelphia talking about the excitement there. I just wanted to take another look at the odds over at BetMGM, though, to win the Eastern Conference. Now that LeBron is joining up with a loaded roster there in Philly, although a roster, as you and I have said, can they stay healthy? Can they make it through an entire season? Specifically, talking about LeBron and Joel Embiid. But the Knicks are plus 350, Sixers 4-1, Celtics 5-1, Raptors 8-1, Pistons sit at 9-1. The Cavs are 10-1. The Heat, who get Giannis but not LeBron, are 12-1, and then the Pacers, who had a very disappointing last season, were 16-1 odds now to win the Eastern Conference. I thought you made a good point maybe an hour and a half or so ago about, the Knicks, are they in a weird way somewhat thankful, not that LeBron's in the East, but that the pressure and attention is going to be more so on the 76ers a bit than the Knicks, who are the defending champs.
Nobody is having a bigger 2026 than the entire city of New York, right? Like New York, they bring in John Harbaugh for the Giants, right? Like the Knicks go on that amazing NBA Finals run. They host Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding. Like it is just, everything has been coming up New York. And now, according to reports, or at least the belief is from Shams Charania, saying that it is a possibility that LeBron James will live in New York and helicopter in to the Philadelphia for games. So now they're getting LeBron James moving to town, I agree with it, exactly like you just said. I stand by that case. Is the best signing that the Knicks made this offseason was LeBron going to Philadelphia, because it takes all the pressure off of them to repeat as champions. Is the best possible thing that could have happened in the Knicks after winning the finals. All things are just coming up New York. And with that said, as we speak to you, Juan Soto just went on the IL. So, okay, maybe not everything is coming up New York this year. But,
the only thing, I don't know if I'll take the full extent of it's the best thing that happened to the Knicks, because again, the 76ers have a real chance to knock the Knicks off this year now that LeBron is there. But other than that, I think from a pressure and all that, yes, but LeBron James joining the 76ers, Jason Tatum getting traded to the 76ers. Jason Tatum, sorry, I keep saying that. Jaylen Brown, my apologies.
Jaylen Brown,
getting traded to the 76ers is a big problem for the Knicks, though, heading into this season.
Yeah, no, sure, it is a big problem coming into the season, but I still am. If it came down to the Knicks and the 76ers in the Eastern Conference Finals, I'm probably going with the Knicks. I'm leaning on the side of experience, having won before, battle tested, than just a group of basically an all-star AAU squad, essentially. I'm still not even dead set, with all of this hype and expectations around the 76ers. I don't know that they come out and win, because it's so much easier for a team. The 76ers as a franchise have not been to the Eastern Conference Finals since 2001, since AI was stepping over Tyronn Lue. That was the last time. And think about how many teams, how many years have gone by since then, and that's just the Eastern Conference Finals. This is a franchise that is historically bad, and now all of a sudden, you're just because they got 5 guys, one of which can't stay on the court, and Joel Embiid, 57 games played in the last 2 seasons. I'm not buying in yet. Yes, it is on paper, it is the best roster I would say in basketball, but for that to then translate to an 82 game season and then furthermore the playoffs, that's a big ask. And I think if I'm going 76ers or the field, I'm going with the field.
Yeah, if you gave me the field, I would probably take that bet as well if you gave me the field, because I do think some of these other teams are going to have something to say about it. And it's no guarantee for the 76ers, but I don't know. I mean, when I look at the makeup of the Eastern Conference, I mean, I do think very clearly the 76ers, despite the past history, and you're right about the history, this is such a new regime, new general manager. Nick Nurse is his second year as a head
Bob
coach.
Myers,
ownership.
Bob
Myers is the GM. What happened 15 years ago, 20 years ago, or what hasn't happened for 15 or 20 years has no bearing on LeBron now in a Sixers uniform or Jaylen Brown now in the Sixers uniform, unless you just believe they're cursed or something like that, which we have sports curses, But I just don't think what happened 15 years ago has any bearing on VJ Edgecombe when he was, 8 years old at the time or whatever it would have been.
It kind of has the same feeling, though, as the San Diego Padres getting Juan Soto when he was a free agent, right? And him pairing with Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis. And on paper, that Padres team looked unbeatable. But the Padres have yet to win a ring, ever. Like, it's just like, I do feel like, what has happened. Like, I do think the history of a franchise has to play some bit into whether or not they can just go out and have success. Like, it's very, very rare that a team can have just overnight success based off of the signing of one guy, and not just one guy, but a guy who is the oldest player in the league in LeBron James. Don't get me wrong.
He is, but
he's
remember,
still one of the greatest.
It's the culmination. It's the culmination, though, right? Because it's Jaylen Brown as well. I mean, that's a huge addition to that roster.
Yes.
LeBron's a bit of icing on the cake. He's the third option probably in that rotation there. In that lineup, I should say. So we'll see, man. I know it's going to be fascinating. I hope we get opening night Sixers at the Garden against the Knicks, and then I hope we get Christmas Day 76ers and Celtics. That'd be a ton of fun. That's going to do it for us here on another edition of BetMGM Game Day. Thanks again to Austin Huff for the shirt. Such a big diehard Louisville Kings fan.
Go Louisville Kings. Yeah, United Bowl champs, baby.
We'll check in with you guys next Saturday here on Westwood One Sports.